welcome to the July 29th, 2024 Special City Council meeting. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
Thank you, sir. And Council President Perea.
Here.
7, we have a quorum.
All right, City Clerk, are there any changes to the special meeting agenda?
I have no changes to the special meeting agenda. I do believe the city attorney has an announcement.
Yes, Council President, just briefly, just noting that Council Vice President Carbasi is appearing via Zoom. Given the late notification of his Zoom appearance, we were unable to reflect the change in our posted agenda for today. This procedure is still proper. We are opening up Zoom comments for public comment on any issue before the agenda, given Council Carbasi's, Vice President Carbasi's appearance on Zoom today.
Thank you, City Attorney. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Esparza and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. We have to do a roll call vote, don't we? Can you please call the roll, City Clerk?
This is for approval of the agenda. Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
This is,
Aye, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I heard. I apologize.
Appreciate it. And Council President Perea.
Yes.
7-0.
Council Vice President, can you please make your required disclosure for Zoom participation?
Thank you, Madam President. So I have just cause to appear remotely due to an illness and caretaking of my domestic partner. Pursuant to the government code, I am in a hospital cafeteria. There are several individuals above 18. I don't know any of them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we are going to move to our open session. We do have one item for open session today. This is a bill for introduction, amending sections 10-1703A, 10-1707, 10-2101, 10-2204, and 10-2205 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to the prohibition of encampments in public places. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes for comment on this item for open session and closed session, unless they're, let me see. Okay, and then for this meeting, there is no unscheduled communication because it is a special meeting. I did get a request from the sponsors of this item to hear public comment first. We want to hear from you all, what you all have to say before we deliberate and take action. So at this time, I am going to open it up for public comment on either the agenda item we have today for open session or on any closed session items. So up first, I have Alex. Just the first name, Alex, 1955 Broadway. Good morning, Alex. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Alexandra Alvarado. I am a community organizer with Faith in the Valley. We are a multi-faith, multi-generational grassroots organization working with communities so everyone can thrive. When everyone has a safe, accessible, permanent place to live, our community can be whole and taking care of each other. When I think of this ordinance that is being brought, I think of my 19-year-old self when I had nowhere to go. I was sleeping in my car. I was couch surfing, and thankfully, I had friends and family who let me sleep on their couch. There's kids out here today that are living on the streets of Fresno. And what I'm wondering is, for each of you who has taken time away from your family, who has taken time away from your friends, your kids, what is the legacy that you're choosing to leave behind? When you tell them about what you did when you represented this city, are you going to include this? Or are you going to choose to leave this out? And so what we're asking today is that when you're choosing to criminalize homelessness, it is wrong. And so the expectation today is that you're going to stand with the people that you're representing, that have voted for you in this position, see them as human, and give them the dignity and respect that they deserve. Thank you.
Up next is Sarita Nam. Sarita Nam. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Sarita Nam, and I would like to say homelessness is not a crime. It is an economic status, and what this ordinance is doing here is criminalizing, just as Alex said, it's criminalizing people without a home. It's criminalizing people who don't have the resources to live in a space, to live in a space. And when I think about this, I think about myself and I think about others. So if I'm out of work for 2-3 weeks, I can end up in the same status. Currently, I'm living in a household with 4 adults just to make it, and I don't see myself as a problem. I don't see myself as a person who's not working, and I've worked 2 jobs. So if I don't have that family, the 3 other adults with me, I myself, without 2 weeks of work, would be houseless as well. And last week I had a conversation with a gentleman. He was talking about how he's owned a home for 20 years, and his house insurance has went up by $1,000 per month for his house. And imagine if he couldn't pay that $1,000 for 3 months. He'd default on his loan, and he too would have to figure out another situation. So what you're doing here is you're criminalizing people who are not making this particular economic status. And the real problem is housing. That's where we need to fix the problem. So please stop criminalizing people and stop hiding the problem. The problem is housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Kevin Little. If you guys choose to clap, I'm going to allow that, but I am calling names at the same time, and you may miss your name. So I just want to give you guys a warning on that. I'll say it again, Kevin Little.
Good morning. In the media, I don't know who said it exactly, but there was a quote about this ordinance is intended to hold the homeless accountable. And that, to me, assumes a very wrong-headed notion about our homeless population. First of all, in Fresno, which has one of the lowest per capita incomes, a large number of our citizens are a missed paycheck or 2 away from being homeless. So in essence, this ordinance declares war on many of our citizens. But let me just tell you about a few who this ordinance would impact. Because I, like many of the people who are speaking today, know the homeless on an individual basis. There's Joseph, who worked his whole career, and then his pension got pilfered during the 2008 financial crisis. So he retired with nothing. His credit got ruined. He lost his home. He was working, got fired, had nowhere to go, trained mechanic, worked his whole life, 63 years old for the first time in his life, he finds himself homeless. So now this individual is also going to find himself to be a criminal unless he can figure out somewhere to go. Then there's also Mabel, who escaped a situation of domestic violence, fled with her children onto the streets, chose not to stay in shelters because she did not want to put her children at risk. She now, under this ordinance, would be a criminal. This simply is not the way to proceed and solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Valeria Rodriguez. Valeria Rodriguez, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Valeria Rodriguez. My pronouns are she, her, ella. I'm a longtime local organizer. Y'all know me. I live in District 5, and I'm here to speak out against the proposed ordinance changes making it illegal to sit, lie, or camp outside, targeting unhoused people. Fining or jailing folks who have no money isn't a solution. It's cruel and ineffective. Councilmember Arias mentioned that we've spent $40 million since 2020, yet the community sees no visible improvements. I'd like to see an itemized list of how that money was spent because the unhoused are still struggling. With $40 million, we could create tiny homes with wraparound services, including mental health support and job training programs. Councilmember Garbasi claims that there's a bed for everyone, but shelters are overrun, staff are overworked and underpaid, and conditions are terrible. Councilmember Perea talks about being aggressive but with compassion, which makes no sense. You all, in one way or another, ran as problem solvers, but we still don't see any real solutions. Instead, you want to fine and jail people who can't pay, costing taxpayers more and solving nothing. Why not use that money to provide resources and housing instead? Fresno has a serious housing crisis. Most unhoused folks are Black, brown, or part of marginalized communities. This policy unfairly targets them, making it illegal to sit or lie outside, means anyone can be harassed on the street. Even someone reading a book in the park could face unjust questioning and harassment by police. Is this the community that we want? Most of your constituents are one medical emergency or accident away from being unhoused. This policy tells them that if they fall on hard times, they'll be fined or jailed too. You've shown us that you're more than willing to accommodate wealthy constituents at the expense of the unhoused. They get evening meetings, but we have to figure out how to get here on a weekday morning. Let's tackle the real issues like the housing crisis and slumlords raising the rents. We need real, compassionate solutions, not punishment for the most vulnerable. We don't need more punishment. We need more humanity.
Thank you. Up next is Rebecca. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hola, mi nombre es Rebeca, soy una persona trans no binaria. Yo como una persona de la comunidad LGBT e inmigrante, no puedo imaginar qué puede pasarme si en estos pocos días que me quedan de housing, que me queda simplemente en la calle, intentar sobrevivir en las calles.
Rebecca, I'm going to pause you real quick because I'm going to get the translator up here to translate. And then I'll give you 6 minutes total to allow time for the translation.
Okay. Mi nombre es Rebeca, soy una persona trans no binaria.
Mi nombre es Rebeca, soy una...
En inglés.
My name is Rebecca, and I'm no binary person. Rebecca. Good morning, my name is Rebecca, I'm no binary person.
Yo como una persona de la comunidad LGBT e inmigrante.
I'm a person of LGBT and immigrant.
No puedo imaginar qué puede pasarme si en uno de estos días que me queda pocos días de housing, no sé qué me puede pasar, simplemente estar sobreviviendo en las calles.
I don't know what can happen to me living in the streets.
Bajo odio, transfobia,
hate,
acoso y peligro todos los días.
And dangers every day.
Contar cada día, vivir con miedo,
every day,
sin comer,
without eating,
bajo el sol que sofoca,
under the sun, suffocate me.
No tener la forma de protegerme de los peligros que se viven en las calles.
Without protection of the streets, the danger of the streets.
Y además de eso, me criminalicen y me cobren dinero por intentar sobrevivir.
Over than that, I can be as a criminalized.
Solamente por el hecho de no tener un hogar o un ingreso.
Just because I don't have a house or
un ingreso para tener una vida digna.
To have a life, a dignity life.
Y me da mucho pánico el hecho de lo marginada que se vuelven las personas como yo.
And I have panic because the way that the persons be like me.
como una persona trans y no binaria e inmigrante,
like a trans or non-binary person or immigrant.
realmente no sé si pueda sobrevivir.
I don't know if I can survive.
Es ilógico para mí si yo dijera que no
It's
quiero
not
un lugar
logic for me
donde llegar a dormir.
because I don't have a place to live, to stay.
Y inclusive si el lugar donde tengo que ir es un lugar donde las personas con
Even
creencias religiosas
If the place that I have to go is, they have beliefs, religious beliefs,
califican mi humanidad por debajo de
They
los
judge
demás
me.
solo por el hecho de ser trans.
just because I'm trans,
Y pues yo soportaría todo eso
and I have to stand all
con-
of that
con el único propósito de tener un lugar donde dormir.
just because I need a place to sleep.
Para mí el problema no son las personas homeless
The problem is not the
que no quieren un
homeless
lugar,
people that they don't have, they cannot
que
do.
ellos no quieren un lugar.
because they don't want a place.
El problema es la deshumanización
The problem is because this is not human.
de la deshumanización en un sistema con mala
In the
administración
system with bad administration
y mucha negligencia
and negligent,
y hacernos menos solo por no tener hogar.
and then they make you less just because we don't have a house.
Se olvidan que las personas siempre nos están vulnerizando
They forget about us.
y que siempre estamos
Because-
contando cada día
We're counting the days
solo para lograr tener una vida normal.
just because we want a normal life.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gracias, Rebecca. Up next is Crystal.
Hi, everyone. It's Crystal with the Fresno Homeless Union. I would just like to say I'm still in the shelter. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing changing. Still sitting there waiting for housing. I did everything I was supposed to do. I even went to behavioral health center. I did everything with that. It's not like we're not trying. You know what I mean? We're all trying. We want rehab. There's no help for that. There's absolutely no help. Brettafield. What about all those apartments that you guys just built over there by Woodward Park? Can't make any of those affordable housing? 30% and below? So we can have a place to stay? People do want jobs. People do want to be a society again, but you know what I mean? You guys need to be able to help us. It seems like all you guys care about is just you and your family. You know what I mean? You don't care about nobody else. If you guys cared about anybody else, you guys would have worked with the solution to figure this out instead of just criminalizing people. How are you guys gonna criminalize somebody and make the unhoused people pay a $1,000 fine every day that you catch them out there, and then put them in jail for a year? How does that make sense? You guys gotta think about it. Think about what you guys are doing. You guys ain't just hurting people out here. Excuse me, I'm talking. Can you guys all pay attention, please? Excuse me, Andrew. Can you guys all pay attention? I don't really like it when you guys sit there and do that. That's rude. That's really rude and disrespectful. You guys wouldn't like it to be done to you guys. Now, I'm just saying, like, can we all come to the solution? We can all work together with something and figure it out. You mean? But none of you guys want to work. None of you guys want to work with it. And then we all vote for you to be mayor, Jerry. Come on, man. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. Up next is Jamie Castaneda.
Amy Castaneda, I think you said.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jaime Castaneda, and I am currently at a shelter right now. I'm trying to better myself since I got out of prison, but it is kind of hard to do anything like get a job or even look for a place. There's no computers to do job searching. The shelters don't help you look for a place or a job. I can't have police contact done to getting out of prison and being on parole I would just like to say, please think about what you're doing when you pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Sean Zweifler. Good morning, Sean. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank the council for the opportunity to speak. I come to you as a resident and homeowner in the Tower District. I'm here to speak out against this cruel and ineffective policy being proposed today. As you should know, many of our unhoused are former foster youth, veterans, and the physically and mentally disabled. In the absence of enough affordable housing or even shelter space in our city, all that this policy accomplishes is to further immiserate the lives of our city's most vulnerable residents. Rent has gone up astronomically in this city. We need public housing and rent control, not punitive policies. I also question the practicality of this policy. How much money will be spent on police, courts, and housing people in jails? This money would be much better spent providing people with housing. I want to end this on a personal note. I have a family member who, in different circumstances, would very likely end up on the street. They are incredibly intelligent and kind, but have mental health struggles that make it very difficult for them to work and function. If they did not have family members willing to house them and support them, most likely they would be living on the street now. The difference between housed and unhoused often comes down to circumstances and luck. I know, all of us, at least in terms of me and the people sitting in front of me, have the circumstances and luck that they've been able to succeed in life. And I encourage you to, take that blessing and, support people that did not have that luck. So I strongly encourage you to vote against this ordinance.
Thank you, Sean. Up next is Candy Paulson. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Morning. My name is Candy Paulson. I've been a proud resident of Fresno since my days at Fresno State in 1976. I've been in the Valley since 1968. Many years ago, my husband and I began a ministry reaching out to our homeless neighbors after meeting some folks through our church food pantry. Through many grants and community donations, we've been able to provide over 100 sleeping bags, 20 tents, countless bottles of water and Gatorade, many, many meals. Our church allows folks to use our address for mail so they don't have to go to the downtown post office. It is very discouraging for us to see our city and county governments proposing an ordinance that is not only unchristian, but also has been shown to be ineffective. How can we hold our homeless accountable when there is nowhere to go? How can people move forward when just trying to get a government ID is like climbing Mount Everest? We do have a homeless crisis in Fresno, but first and foremost, we have a housing crisis, a lack of services crisis, and sadly, a lack of compassion crisis. Please consider the people you are looking to criminalize, and remember, they are children of God. Matthew 25:40 says, "The king will answer them, 'Truly I tell you, just as you did it to the one of the least of these, my brothers and sisters of mine, you did it to me.'" Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Kristen Potier. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kristen, and this is my husband, Jose, and I got my kids with me. We've been sober for about over a year now and fighting for our kids for 9 years. And we just got our kids back from CPS, and I just want to say with all the rent cap, the rent going up, it'll just keep going up. It's not going down at all. We can't afford rent. Our voucher will stay the same. Our housing voucher, it will not go up when the rent goes up. It stays the same. So what happens after that, we become homeless, we go to jail for a whole year, lose our kids again. They go back to CPS, we won't get them back. Got to pay a fine, and you guys can't help. You guys can't help the low poverty family, people that can't afford the rent. And, you know, just put a stop to the rent going up, put a rent cap on it. With one job, we can't even afford a studio. 2 jobs, barely can afford a studio. Ain't gonna fit the whole family of 5, 6. You know, you guys need to do something about it. Do something about the homeless. About, you know, them being on the street and, you know, getting arrested and all that. Jerry Dyer, you should really do your job as mayor, you know? Went from police chief to mayor, didn't do good in any of those positions at all.
Kirsten, please
Not
direct
at
your
all.
comments towards me, the chair. Thank you. Up next is Robert Leapex. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
I'm speaking on the homeless. Same thing happened in Santa Fe back in 2022. They were picking on the homeless, and then they threw all their stuff away, and then we went to Occupation Fresno, and we hold something like this, and it's like helping the homeless try to function on the outside. And hopefully we can better ourselves by communicating with each other instead of making a rule like this. You locking people up that's never been locked up, you're going to corrupt their mind, man. Corrupt their mind. You come out worse than they went in. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Up next is Tom Haskell. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm homeless, been homeless for 4 years. I try to find houses, apartments. I've tried the resources y'all offered, and it ain't working. And y'all want to pass this law to fine us for everything, every time we turn around. That ain't helping, that's hurting us. How would y'all like to switch places? Y'all get out here and do what we have to do to survive. You don't take a child for a week and a half. It ain't no fun. And then to rent a house, you have to have $4,000 or better. You have to make twice or 3 times the amount of rent to get in it. The only people I see around here that can do that are y'all, not us. Y'all don't want to help us. Y'all want to help yourselves. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Up next is Jeremiah Tipprins. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Talking to here. There you go. There you go, sir.
Good morning, Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Jeremiah. I'm 11, and I don't get it how it's fair that being homeless is a crime because they search for housing, they look for housing, and they don't get it. So how is that a crime to homeless people? If they try and they don't get nothing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Up next is Leticia Navarrete. Up next is Grace Miller. Good morning, Grace. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Grace Miller. I live in District 1. I am here to speak against the prohibition of encampments in our city and the criminalization of homelessness. I am appalled by the city's attempts to criminalize homelessness, giving cops free range to harass, brutalize, and take the possessions of our most vulnerable population in Fresno. This ordinance is inhumane, cruel, and deeply immoral. I speak in support of We Are Not Invisible and the Fresno Homeless Union, and I urge you to engage with the demands of actual unhoused people and the organizations that work with them. If you actually want to house and support people, you would be listening to unhoused people and learning what they need. The first concern I want to bring up is that this ordinance is a form of intimidation that will only dissuade people from seeking services out of fears of fines and jail time. I want to echo the demands of the community, which includes safe lots in every district for people to find safe temporary housing in their own neighborhoods. The mayor should also spend emergency funds on hotel rooms for every individual seeking shelter, including those who want to go into rehab or mental health treatment but are unable to because the beds are full. The city should provide shelter and housing vouchers for these individuals until those beds open up and then beyond. I am disturbed by the city's claims that they have a right to criminalize people because they are, quote, refusing services. I am a caretaker for my sister, who's an adult with intellectual disabilities. If she did not have the robust support system of my family, she could have very well ended up homeless. And if she was on the streets, she most likely would not understand how to access services, even if robust services were available, which we know they are not. She would be the exact kind of person who you would say is refusing services, the exact kind of person who you would criminalize, destroy the belongings of, fine, and incarcerate. At least 1/3 of homeless people have disabilities. 13% of the homeless are veterans. You know that our unhoused neighbors are a population that needs support, but you choose instead to criminalize them, knowing that criminalization and incarceration only exacerbate homelessness. I also want to say I saw you guys at Pride claiming that you care about queer people. Up to 40% of youth who are homeless are LGBTQ. This is a moment when you could actually do something tangible for the community, but by providing safe, affordable, permanent housing rather than making people more vulnerable to police violence and incarceration. Lastly, I want to say I'm appalled that the city has done nothing to increase protections for tenants and has allowed our housing costs to rise to the point that Fresno is the 9th most competitive rental market in the nation. We see homelessness rising in California because we see housing costs rising. I worked as a tenant counselor in 2020 with tenants in Oakland and saw firsthand how rent increases and eviction push people into homelessness. If you truly cared to prevent homelessness, you would be investing in affordable and permanent housing for everyone, and you would increase tenant protection.
Thank you, Grace. Up next is Des.
I think you said my name but didn't say it correctly. I'm not too sure if that was my name. The card before that one? Leticia Navarrete.
Okay, I'll call you next.
Okay.
Up next is Des.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the whole community behind me for showing up today and speaking out of how they feel. These are people that you guys talk about behind me that don't want help. So they're here to tell you that you're wrong. They do want help. So stop putting that out to the media, please. It's ridiculous. You want to criminalize us when we have no other option but to sleep on the street. Criminalization of the homelessness, this is what this is. The action of turning someone into a criminal by making their activities illegal. Roughly 8% of people on probation in Fresno County, 615, reported experiencing street homelessness. That's the data from the Fresno County Probation Department of May 18, 2024. So you think incarceration of poor people are going to help your guys' campaigns? How can you make the promise to the unhoused community and then turn around and ride the coattail of the Supreme Court and agree with criminalizing poor people, people with disabilities, people of color, people with addiction, people with no comprehensive understanding of what the hell is going on and no place to go and no one to help them on a long-term basis, and you still keep putting your hands in the poverty pot? Did you give millions this year, Dyer, to the homeless? Yeah, 15 million for a temporary fucking solution. You all should have been a temporary solution up there. You all need to leave these seats. You don't deserve to be up there. 4 years of bad choices and harsh policies upon the BIPOC and poverty-stricken individuals in this district is enough. This is pure insanity of what you're doing. Do you all not remember what you said to us when you were running? You showed up at our dinners and our lunches, begged for our support, and we supported you. We, the community behind me, put you in those seats, and you're sitting there right now using your power to kill us. Every unhoused individual out here right now is walking on death row. You have now signed every unhoused individual experiencing homelessness in Fresno City their death certificate. You have just signed the paperwork to rip apart families, to steal their children from the parents and throw them in a system that has been proven over the years to be the problem. You sit up there underneath a sign that says, "In God we trust," but I don't even think any one of you trust in God. Many of you have come here before and people have quoted your scriptures out of your own Bibles that you read every Sunday. Scriptures that you quote to justify your actions. I'm not going to read the Bible. I'm not going to quote it because I don't read it. So I'm definitely not going to sit up here and quote anything for you. But I'm going to leave you with a native proverb. Realize that we as human beings have been put on this earth for only a short time, and that we must use this time to gain wisdom, knowledge, and respect, and the understanding for all human beings, since we are all relatives.
Thank you, Des. Up next is Leticia. She heard me. She's coming. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name's Leticia Navarrete. I'm with the Fresno Homeless Union. I also was homeless at one point, and I got out the struggle. Thank God that I was able to save myself. You know, what about the homeless people that Bedford, right, said made a statement about be accountable. What about those women that are out there homeless, that have been raped, that have PTSD? How could they be accountable for it? They don't even know where they're at. Half of them don't even know their name. I work with 4 of them right at this moment, and they can't even get in anywhere. And I've been trying to get them a place 6 months. We go every day, told us to call. We're calling, we're going in, no services. We wouldn't be in this predicament if the little tiny homes that were supposed to be done, and they're not done yet, right? So maybe if those were done, we wouldn't have this big crisis. You know, if you guys practice what you preach, we wouldn't be in this predicament. You know, you want to make it a crime? Let me tell you about your heart team. We were out there last week. That little girl from Oakhurst that's been missing, we see her, and we're telling the officers, that's that little missing girl. He told us to shut up. Didn't give me his badge number. That's what your heart team did. You know? So sit here and you want the criminals? You're over here worried about the homeless and you have this missing girl walking right by them and they don't care? What about all the... There's people getting raped and kids being molested right now. That's what you guys should be focusing on. So now you got space in the jail, so you're going to throw them all in there? Come on now. That's going to be the answer to your solution? We put you guys in these seats, you know? You're here because of us. So can we get you out of office too? If we put you there, can we fire you guys? Because that's what needs to be done. Because you're not doing anything but whatever puts money in your guys' pockets. Nobody else's.
Up next, Catherine Jacobs.
Good morning. I'm here today not only as an advocate for our unhoused neighbors, but as a survivor of homelessness, incarceration, and domestic violence myself. I am prompting you to understand that being unhoused is not a criminal act, but a healthcare issue that must be treated with patience and compassion. Unfortunately, like our healthcare system, the current business model of capitalizing on human lives is only perpetuating the increasing issue of unhoused individuals. We need real solutions with programs that can be held accountable by prioritizing the integration back into the community. I work in a treatment center for opiate use disorder, and I hear from folks daily of being turned away from housing programs for not having adequate staff. One client told me how she and several others ended up back on the streets after their case manager quit, even though there was rooms, but nobody to file the paperwork to bill their insurance. I can assure you there are a good majority of people who want and are desperate for help, but the resources are simply not available. Incarceration creates more trauma, which is already deeply rooted in addiction. Instead of task forces and arrests, we need social workers in the field and street nurses. Please use the emergency funds to help our brothers and sisters on the streets get well in the most pragmatic way possible, which means housing for all. We must all understand and acknowledge that we are all connected in our pain and in our healing. Thank you.
Up next, I have Sam H. Sam H. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Just because something is legal does not make it morally correct. This ordinance is punishment for punishment's sake. And let's name what we are punishing: the right to rest and the right to survive. We all have a right to sit on a curb, a park bench. We all have a right to lie in the grass, to close our eyes under a tree. This ordinance is specifically vague so that anyone may be removed simply for resting, while our unhoused siblings are being additionally punished for trying to survive. The proposed fines would be trying to wring out money from people who don't have it. To arrest them for doing so when there is no other options available would be a death sentence. And how does cycling people through jail help anyone? Honestly, ask yourselves how. Our unhoused siblings are not pawns to be shuffled about, hidden away until election season. They are our friends, neighbors, actual siblings, and parents. In an effort to look tough, this council instead is exposing itself as cruel and ignorant, and of kicking the can down the road instead of offering any actual solutions or help. I implore the council to do better and to be better.
Up next is Jonah Tippins. Good morning, Jonah. You have 3 minutes.
Say what you gotta say.
Yes, sorry. Oh, you want to see what she said? Okay. Remember, you speak from your heart, okay? Exactly what you had told Grandma. Right here. Remember? We want that addition. And
Good morning, Mayor and
council.
Council.
How do you feel about homelessness?
I feel about homelessness.
When you were at the mission, share the story.
Show your story.
When we were at the home, at the mission, we didn't have no help, and they'll take homeless people away. I don't have no money. I'm gonna be sad, and they won't take us to foster care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Jonah. Thank you. Up next is Ashley Tippins.
Hello, my name is Ashley Tippins. I stood before you 2 years ago about the same thing, homelessness. And you guys were trying to do the same thing, take homeless people to jail. I am a domestic violence victim with PTSD that was shot last year and was kicked out of a shelter you guys so-called provided after 30 days. Back on the streets trying to get my kids back from a domestic violence relationship because they took them. I still sit here and see no help for the families that are homeless and little help for people that don't have families. So I ask you, who is the real criminal?
Up next is Virginia Barnes. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I am a Fresno resident of District 7, and I'm speaking in solidarity with everyone here today with our housing justice advocates and oppose this anti-homeless ordinance. This ordinance punishes and endangers those who have no options left. Courts have found that Fresno PD have violated the rights of unhoused folks. If this ordinance passes, our most vulnerable communities will be jailed, fined, and even more locked into an impossible justice system, keeping them even further away from a chance at a life of health, peace, and real safety. This ordinance is not a solution. Every effort that ignores the root problem is wasted. I ask that the city use emergency funds to give shelter to those who will be directly impacted by this ordinance if it passes. Housing is a human right. We need affordable permanent housing. Thank you.
Up next is Josefa. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Josefa Vega, resident of District 7. This proposal empowers FPD with full discretion on how to enforce the ordinance. Courts have repeatedly found that Fresno police haven't continued to violate the rights of unhoused residents. They continue sweeps without notice, destroy property, and harass impacted community members and those that advocate for them. Residents are swept during storms and excessive heat without the offer of shelter or any alternative. It allows for no due process or protections for people on the street. The continued financial investment in FPD instead of services and affordable housing for residents indicates the priority of the city. I ask that you end criminalization and provide housing. Additionally, Fresno County Jail has been under a dissent decree for nearly a decade due to the sheriff's refusal to adequately protect and care for people in their custody. People in jail are denied basic medical care, assaulted by guards, and locked in solitary confinement. Now, potentially thousands of these individuals that sit before you today will potentially be sent to jail for simply sitting, lying, or sleeping outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Lionel Ruana.
Guess it's difficult to pronounce my last name. I'll make it easy for you. My name is Reverend Lee, and I represent the homeless out here. I'm going to give you a brief little testimony. When I came here, me and my late wife ended up in a shelter. We were there for a year. They didn't help us out at all, asking for a brand new thing showing how much our proof of income was for a year without giving us any help at all. It was told, oh, we can't really help you, but we're trying. Stacy passed away from cancer. I lived under a tree for the next 9 months. Now, right there at Olive and 99. They finally got me into a shelter, telling me they still nothing they can't do. I've even had them tell me to my face, there ain't nothing I can do to help you. So maybe you can find something else. Well, I'm going to tell you the ramifications that are happening and stuff. You guys say you help, but you don't help. You're causing more problems and stuff. What this is going to do is it's going to, the jail cells are going to become overcrowded again. Court system's going to get all backed up. But yet we still have no help. And you make us criminals. Why is that? Why don't you try being on the streets for like a week in our shoes and see what it's like?
Can I have you speak closer to the mic for the folks on Zoom to hear you as well?
Well, I'm pretty sure people can hear my voice because I talk pretty loud. But in closing over here, that's not going to solve the problem. What it's going to do is add to the problem that you all are creating. And so I'm going to leave you with these words from that famous theologian Snoop Dogg. We don't die, we multiply. Homeless!
Up next is Rebecca Ernest. Up next is Tamika Rodriguez.
Hello, my name is Tamika Rodriguez, and this is my son.
Josiah Covington. I'm staying at the Margin Maintenance Center.
So I just brought a letter with me saying that. What's your name?
Banana.
Okay, I brought a letter. Okay, what is your name? Bella.
Bella Rodriguez.
Okay, and I have a letter right here stating from the Margin Maintenance Center. It says that the Margin Maintenance Center provides 30-day emergency shelter for individuals fleeing domestic violence. It says, as a guest at the Margin Maintenance Center, the following services as a case manager, parenting, safe group, additional services are available to you. You are enrolled in the emergency program on July 18th, 24, and will be expected exit date August 17th. And I just want to know, where are me and my kids going to go? Like, my husband beating me. I have a restraining order. I'm trying my best to stay away from him because I do not want my kids taken from me. But this kind of stuff right here will make me go back. You know, I don't want my kids taken from me, and I just want to provide housing. I have a job. I'm not making that much, and I just want help. Every time I called all the shelters, they're all full. And I just want to know, what resources could I use today to keep me and my kids safe? That's it. Thank you.
Up next is David Edwards. Good afternoon, David. You have 3 minutes.
Well, I was going to come here and, I've heard a lot of back and forth a little bit, but what I'm here to do is break that wall down. You know what I mean? At what point do we become dehumanized? We're somebody's dad. Well, for me, I'm a dad, I'm a grandpa, I'm an uncle, I'm all that. And I'm not the only one out there, but it wasn't about me. I learned humanity through being homeless. I learned that man, even my enemy, laying on the ground, I'm not going to leave him laying on the ground. Let's strip all these titles away and let's talk as humans, I know you guys know in your heart this what's going down is bad. It's bad. It's not right at all. It really isn't. I mean, there's other ways we can fix this. Dyer, come on, my man. Our careers are side and side. When you were out there on Pleasant busting us, this is bad. This is really bad. Let's be human. Let's be human. You guys in districts, no, we're all from Fresno. We're the city of Fresno. We're the city of Fresno. And we're just down on our luck. We're going to be criminalized because what would that do for me if they bust me out there? I got a criminal record. What would that do for me if I get busted because I don't have a place to stay? Because I have ADHD, I don't know how to pay bills, I don't know how to function like that? But if someone had taught me that, the system essentially failed me, being in school, not going to school. They didn't notice I was gone for 2 years, And then I got my diploma in prison, But there's a lot of people that won't strive, they can't pick themselves up. I pick myself up because that road we're looking down, there's nobody coming to help us. There's nobody coming, so we got to help each other, and that's what I try to do. That's my part with everything. I try to pick up my enemy, my fellow human being that's laying on the ground. I pick them up, and this is really rubbing salt in the wound. It really is, because we're all Fresno. We say we're all Fresno, but look, you're shooting us while we're down. You're kicking us while we're down. We're all human just like you guys. It could be you guys, one bad decision, a paycheck, like you said, you guys could be out there. And you know what? I would help you. Even knowing if you guys did this and passed this, and I seen it just happen, I would still help you because you're human. And with that, I'll leave that to you guys think about.
Up next is Alicia Jacoby. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Alicia Jacoby, and I've been homeless for quite a while and been through a lot of things. And now I've finally been able to get into an apartment, and there's a studio across the street from the Poverello house. I was kind of forced into it. I died in my tent 2 years ago, and I had sepsis, and I had been unconscious in my tent for 3 days, and it's all due to that Poverello area. Lots of problems, and I have a lot of issues there. And I was tried really hard to get away from there, and the night they housed me there. That put me right back in the place. It's really bad for me. And I'm trying really hard to make it now that I'm housed. And the manager there has just given me a 3-day notice. I've been there for a month now, and she said I can't have my emotional support animals, and I have letters from my doctors saying that I can have them, and now she's constantly harassing me, and it's really bad. They can just treat people who've been unhoused this way because we're used to getting pushed around, and she's breaking the law, telling me I can't have my animals and I have to rehome them, but she's also actually evicted a lot of people for that same thing, and homeless people have gotten into the habit of allowing the police and authoritative figures to break the law in regards to the way they treat us. And I'm just speaking for everybody who's been housed, who's getting housed and getting into bad situations because they're placing us here, and I had to move because if I didn't go, pick that place, then I'm going to be on the street and get arrested again. I've been arrested for being homeless a lot, and just because I didn't pick up my stuff fast enough when I had surgery on my leg, they threw away my medication and stuff, and I just feel that this whole ordinance is going to continue to victimize people who are trying their best. Instead of whining, I'm actually trying to do something, for myself, and it's going to be really hard with this ordinance because even people who aren't homeless are going to be.
Thank you, Alicia. Up next, we have Emmanuel Agras Torres.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Agras Torres. I am a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. My comments are regarding the prohibition of encampments ordinance. This ordinance proposed by the city of Fresno is not the solution to supporting unhoused individuals. According to sections 3 and 4 of Governor Newsom's executive order, local governments must act humanely when removing encampments, and the California Interagency Council on Homelessness will provide local governments guidance and technical assistance for local governments to follow when developing their programs for the unhoused community. On their website, the Cal ICH states, to ensure the safety, wellness, and dignity of a person experiencing homelessness, Cal ICH remains committed to supporting the state and local partners in using person-centered, trauma-informed, and evidence-based approaches to address homelessness. Now, with that said, furthermore, HCD will make additional funding available for the encampment resolution program, which can assist local jurisdictions in providing meaningful paths to safe and stable housing. Our question is, has the city reviewed the state's ICH provided resources or reached out for their guidance? They won't put anything out yet as of until this August. The city is still not in compliance with the housing element. The city should show a higher level of urgency and funding efforts to ensure that the shelters are adequately funded with sufficient beds and mental health services, as well as affordable housing available to all city residents, instead of hastily creating an ordinance that will only cause more suffering to the unhoused community. If we truly wish to see Fresno free of encampments and crime, then we must begin with prioritizing funding the policies and programs that are preventative, restorative, and compassionate, and plans like the city's unfinished six-cycle housing element Development and the Consolidated Plan. The ordinance should not be approved until we are certain that the city can follow its duty as a public agency to firmly further fair housing and demonstrate that it offers displaced and housed residents a path towards secure and stable affordable housing for all levels of income within the city. Thank you.
Up next is Cindy. Hey, Cindy, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council, and, well, Mr. Mayor, wherever he went, but good morning. I'm Cindy Pembino. I am with Fresno Homeless Union and Christ's Helping Hands. It's Fresno Church, and I'm in total opposition of this ordinance. It's a blatant violation of constitutional rights, especially the 8th Amendment. Criminalization. So we have families that are going to be displaced. As you have seen, those are my great-grandkids. They have spoke. They have been through a lot of trauma through this whole situation. We're also going to see vets that fought for our country in cuffs. I'm not good with that. We're also going to, and jailed. We also have elderly. Elderly comprise 50% of our homeless population, and we have many that are disabled. I'm concerned about the way the HEART team's going to approach them. You know, many of these people have worked in our communities. They are part of Fresno. It's just so incredibly sad. And all the police brutality coming from the HEART team, I'm hoping that the Fresno Police Department isn't as brutal as them. They're bullies. It's documented. We have a lot of footage on advocates and the unhoused. My concern is now on Joe Citizen, who's sitting at the bus stop. How are we going to tell if they're just had a fight with their spouse and they're raveled and they get harassed? So this spreads out to a lot of things. You know, we can do better. Des had a safe camp for a year. It went well. Why can't we have one in every district? I don't understand. We need to support the Fresno City College students too that apparently got their program jerked. They're going to be homeless. And I do know we have tiny homes that are supposed to go to a land trust, but they don't need to go to a land trust for profit. We need those tiny homes to help our kids that are trying to get an education, that are sleeping in their cars real soon, if not right now. And thank you very much. I'm not done yet, though.
You have one more minute.
Proverbs 14:20, 21. The poor is hated, even of his own neighbor, but the rich hath many friends. He that despiseth his neighbor sinneth, but he that have mercy on the poor, happy is he. Also, Proverbs 31:9. Open your mouth and judge righteously and plead the cause of the poor and the needy. Lord, I just ask you to come into this chamber and come into their hearts, Lord. Show grace and mercy on this council, please, and our mayor. Thank you, Jesus. Amen.
Up next is Brandy News Villegas.
Thank you, Council. Please listen to the lived experience that is being shared today in a way that will result in action. But I'm going to address logic. Council members and mayor said that the rationale for this is that there are shelter beds available for those who want it, and people are refusing services or help from family and friends, dismissing that the reason to be on the street is sometimes you don't have that safety net. But the timing and changes call this rationalization into question. You're proposing these changes after grants passed took away the requirements on protections of Martin versus Boise, and the proposed changes include removing the lines. An individual cannot be cited under no camp ordinance unless it's confirmed that there's shelter beds. If the issue is that people are refusing, the city would not need the Supreme Court ruling, nor remove the section. They could just enforce the existing ordinance. We need to evaluate closely investments in millions of funds. The greatest amount of money, I presume, is the shelters. These are meant to be a step towards permanent housing. However, people are being exited in increasing numbers back on the streets without permanent housing. Amongst the issues are the ones that people are sharing today. Please listen, but it's also the lack of affordable housing stock, which is the number one reason
for homelessness in California, according to studies, and Audios knows that the greatest rising demographic last year was the elderly. There are other issues that need to be addressed that we've asked for. People state that this is changing the status quo because we have to do something different regarding people being on the street. But over the years, the HEART team has already been doing some of these things by displacing, citing, and confiscating belongings without offering shelter, nor following the municipal code policies regarding notification storage while mocking them. Years of this shows that these tactics that you're presuming will help haven't been working and aren't contributing to people getting services but are hindering people. Plus, criminalization will affect housing and employment. Thus, this is ineffective. In a very real way, these actions are endangering those you claim to protect. I tried taking someone to Marjorie Mason, and there was no room. So it is putting people who are in domestic violence situations possibly back in those situations that are harmful, as well as other things like human trafficking and whatnot that you're trying to protect for. This is actually creating, as well as affecting health, as a HEART team knowingly takes medications and actually told someone who had Caesar medication taken, too bad. Instead, the city should have humility to review and evaluate projects like with supportive services, which people ask for, and to finally bring those who with lived experience to the table in decision making. I ask you respect and listen to those with lived experience who are before you today, and many have come for the first time to speak to you, to work with you to change. And I ask that you listen to that, and also recognize that we do need more shelter and other services.
Thank you, Brandy. Up next is Katie Myers. Good afternoon, Katie. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. My name's Katie. I'm in District 1. I live in District 1. I've worked at a hospital here in Fresno and I've cared for patients here in Fresno for 16 years. I don't know how many of you know this, but doctors actually document the social determinants of health that limit the patient's medical care. And they document that living in Fresno, which is ranked among the poorest in many of California's measurable socioeconomic risk factors, and has the potential to affect the population's health. Things like low air quality, overall poor health, low education, and poverty. I ask you all that sit in this room that is air conditioned, in your positions of power, what are you doing to address these risk factors? In medicine and in most health professions, we utilize evidence-based practice to guide our treatment to ensure the most positive and successful outcome. Why doesn't this apply to the work that you do here? Other countries have made headway in real, meaningful ways to promote health and to promote wellness in communities. Do any of you look at the evidence? Do you look at what other countries are doing to provide for the people in your communities? What is shown to be of benefit to help people live a better and safer life is housing. A safe place to live that is not under constant attack from police and from people that are trying to do them harm. I'm asking you to address issues of poverty, poor health, and homelessness in a way that is life-affirming and allows people to live with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Up next, I have Jackie Holmes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to offer my respect and support to everyone who has spoken here this morning and acknowledge the truth that they have lived. I also want to offer my respect to the police officers who are here, to all of you up here who work in the ways you can, in the roles you have, to do a big job, of which housing people safely and respectfully is a portion. I'm old. I'm 78. And I grew up with my great-grandparents who came here to Porterville as indentured servants and homesteaded. I still have 40 acres of that land. My parents didn't go to college, and my dad demanded that all of us would, and all of us did, and all of our children have advanced degrees. Now, the people who've spoken here today, and those of you up here listening, none of our stands are all that there is. There's so much more that's possible if we were actually able to take our stands and reach out to each other and do something new, something more, something that's being done maybe in other places. For all the people who spoke this morning, there are hundreds and hundreds who aren't speaking, that have their own unique personal story. Relationships and a process that honors what each individual, what each segment here has to offer. We have to work together over time, and it's not easy, and it's hot, and there's not enough money. I take the issue, what you're proposing to put into law here as an acknowledgement that what we've done with the money so far hasn't worked. It's not enough, because money will never be enough. There are so many people who are not here right now who have something to offer.
Thank you, Jackie. Up next is Stephanie Blake.
My name's Stephanie Blake.
Hi, Stephanie. I'm going to have you bring the microphone down so we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Okay. I get that there are investment opportunities provided to the wealthy through the arrest and incarceration of individuals, period. Okay. Though many people are ignorant to this fact, to prove it, you can call any investment company and provide a valid JID, jail identification number, and then you can put money on that number and request it be put on the down, and you will find out that that is correct information. Okay. I was made homeless by my RV being seized by the Fresno task force, the homeless task force. I lived in that RV for 3.5 years prior to them running up on me that evening before Thanksgiving of 2022, and I was not provided a receipt for any of my belongings inside the RV or for the RV itself. I was, however, targeted by the police department for the remainder of my possessions, 90% of which cannot ever be replaced, and I was left with literally nothing but a bicycle and my animal. Okay, being a female elder, age 64, with multiple serious physical disabilities, I'm opposing the new laws regarding not being able to sit down in a park and things of that nature. I feel this is discriminatory for those with mobility issues, such as myself. I cannot walk but a few steps without needing to sit and breathe. I was housed 7/2 of 2024 at the Renaissance in Santa Clara, the same place as Miss Jacoby. I have an emotional support animal that has been with me since the age of 4 weeks old. She will be 5 in December. Upon being housed, I was told nothing other than the need for current shot records and a letter presenting my animal as an emotional support animal. Okay, upon the manager's return from vacation, I have been harassed daily, being told that I need to rehome my animal because her weight is in excess of 25 pounds. I cannot just get rid of my animal. If anything, I need her more than ever at this point in time. The anxiety created by these actions is making an extreme hardship for me to simply function on a daily basis. As of Friday, 7/26, I received a 3-day notice to rehome my animal.
Thank you, Stephanie. Your time is up. Up next is B. B-E-E, B. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Wow, y'all are looking bored up here. Tired of listening to the complaints of the people whose rights you're trying to strip away? I'm gonna need you all to pay attention when your constituents are speaking to you. And the unhoused folks here are very much your constituents, just as much as anybody else. And when I say I want you to listen, I specifically mean Bredefeld, who likes to play on his little phone and kiki with his friends up on this council, and Jerry over here, who likes to run and hide in the back during public comment like the coward that he is. Isn't that funny? I pre-wrote this, and look at his chair. Where are you going, Bredefeld? Running away too? So, of course, I'm here to speak about item 24-1032, the amended city ordinance that criminalizes the act of sitting, lying, sleeping, or camping in public spaces. To quote a very good friend of mine, there's nothing people like you who think you're so much better than the rest of us and let any ounce of power given to you go straight to your fucking head hate more than a stain on your white picket fence.
We have kids here. Please refrain from the cuss words out of respect to the children here. Thank you.
Please don't interrupt. Let me use this next part to address anyone listening who has any humanity left that hasn't been sold to their money and power-driven greed. The houseless folks in our community are just as much your neighbor as the guy living in the house across the street or the family in the house next door. You don't get to clean up the community by removing anyone you deem too dirty just so you don't have to witness their suffering at the hands of a failed society. These people are the most vulnerable members of our community, and they need our support. The way you solve the issue of houselessness is not by spending millions on the heart team going around and brutalizing people for not having anywhere else to go but the streets. It's the cheaper option, actually addressing the root issues, fixing the housing crisis, systemic poverty, and skyrocketing inflation. And let me remind you all that 78% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. We are one singular medical emergency away from being in the tent next door to the people whose human rights we are debating here today. You all are significantly closer to joining them than joining whatever $1 million neighborhood these fools live in.
Up next is Allison Bowman. Allison Bowman. Up next is Camila Rivera.
Good afternoon. My name is Camila Rivera. I am a campaign coordinator with Power California Action. We represent Black and Brown, Indigenous AAPI, young people throughout the state, and specifically in Fresno. We recently just got off of our campaign committee where we had 10 young people participate in being able to organize in their communities. And I'm here in opposition of the sit, lie, and sleep ordinance. And first and foremost, housing is a human right. Right now, so much of our community is living paycheck to paycheck, anxious about the cost of living, whether to buy groceries, whether to pay for rent. And these are real stories, y'all. This is not just something that we just like to say. Folks, we're feeling the anxiety, we're feeling the heat of it all. So instead of you all meeting with community, meeting the needs of the community. This ordinance really just targets the most vulnerable communities by imposing these harsh penalties, fines, and jail time. And y'all have heard this already like maybe 30, 40 times already, and I hope this sticks. I hope this goes through y'all's brain. Because this disproportionately impacts people of color and low-income community members. Like I mentioned, we represent members in Fresno, and they have told us countless times how they're seeing their rents going up every month in the hundreds. They're also sharing their stories around facing houselessness. These are folks who are like under the age of 20, under the age of 25, and they're having to deal with this. So these devastating impacts that this ordinance will be imposing impacts the mental and physical health of our unhoused community, destroying the hope for a better future. And the vast majority of them are Fresno natives. They're from here, born and raised. And instead of supporting them, the council will turning their back on them with this ordinance, which is so crazy because we just finished the budget cycle where many of you all sitting here were supporting the eviction protection program that would help communities. Y'all were talking about is going to help the elderly, it's going to help all of our community members stay housed. And look at this, this is hypocritical that you all are doing right now. So do not do anything around this crazy ass ordinance with the sit, lie, sleep ordinance. Shame on you all for even considering this, and shame on your mamas.
Up next is Joseph Rodriguez. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to say and give everyone an opportunity to clap for each other since I have 3 minutes of time. Let's hear it for all the speakers today. Let's get a nice round of applause. Let's let the council members here know that we are speaking. We are here. We exist. You know, I might not have been here standing in front of you if it wasn't for my girlfriend who saved my life. I moved to Fresno 5 years ago. I thought this was the best place I've ever found. I came from Southern California. I had a family member who said, start your life over. Come live with me. Get a job. Get a car and get your life together. I was 32 years old. I was living with my parents. It sounded like a great idea until I got here and everything fell apart. I wrote a book about it. It's called What Happens When Everything Goes Down. And you know what happened when everything went down? I lost my mind. I lost every possession I had that I brought with me, and I had only the clothes on my back. As I walked down Kings Canyon, now Cesar Chavez Boulevard, a police officer advised me not to go alone through that dark street. I told that police officer, thank you very much. I think I know what I'm doing. And I walked to my friend's house who I had just met 3 days earlier. She let me live with her. But if she didn't, I would have been out on the street. I would have been sleeping. I would have been sitting or standing or lying with no home. My parents didn't want me from back home. My family here, the relationship fell apart. And I needed help, but I had no one. And my girlfriend, she gave me a place. She tried helping me. I lost it. I lost it on her. Everything fell apart. She had to call the cops on me, and they could have arrested me. But she said, no, don't let them get eaten up in that system. She said, I've seen it too many times. And you know what? She's right. We've all seen it too many times. And that's why we're all here. And I only got a minute left, so let's all just clap for that minute. I do appreciate your time, council members. I know this is an emergency meeting. It's a Monday. You guys probably want to sleep in. I don't know. But I really do appreciate it. And we're all here. And I want to give everyone a quick reminder that the meter maid is running around. And if you need quarters in your meter, it doesn't even let you do that. You have to move your car. You can't even put extra quarters in the meter. You have to move from that parking spot or else you'll still get ticketed. That's a little insider info for someone who lives in Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is LaShawna. LaShawna.
Hello.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
I know. I've heard that like the whole time. To be honest, I'm homeless. It might not look like it might not seem like it, but I am. All I need is a chance, help, just for housing. I'm not understanding, how do I put this? I'm not understanding how I am now gonna get a record if by chance I don't have somewhere to sleep tonight. I bounce around, I go to place to place, I dress respectable because I'm trying to get a job. I have no record. There's times I have sat out there. There's times I've been bad on the streets. As a matter of fact, I've actually lived with her on the streets. You know? And I don't deserve to have my record tarnished for that. I don't deserve not to be able to have a job. I can't even get a job because I have nowhere to lay. I want to go to school. I qualify because I'm a ward of the state. And, you know, age out the foster system here. Been in mental health here after I lost my daughter. I don't want to even get financial aid because I won't have the stability to be able to use it. As a city, we're all one. As a collective, as a unit, we are not looking good from every single angle. We trust you guys to manage our situations when we need you. You guys are our managers. You guys are the city council. So our failure with these certain type of situations is your guys' failure, is management. Other cities, come on now, they're gonna look at us like, we can't even get it together. You guys got the lock key program, all the money. Okay, it failed. Somehow it flopped. We figured out, we try it again. We try it again. You know, we gotta try. Because to put us in jail is just wrong. You know what I'm saying? People beat their women, commit crimes, they don't even get a year in jail. But yet, you guys are so, you don't think that we're disappointed in ourselves or disgusted in ourselves that we can't even get the help or even find the way to take care of ourselves? It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, it's humiliating, it's something that we live with every day. And the stigma, you know? We can do better. We gotta keep trying. You know? That's all, thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Crystal. Crystal listed a address on Maple. Hi, Crystal, you have 3 minutes.
Hello again. I was here the last meeting to talk about Art Hop. So it's funny, I find myself here again, and another vulnerable population is at risk of your ordinances and your power. And you know, it got me thinking, do you guys really have the power to do anything meaningful? Like, there are people who are going to suffer to be jailed, and I just wonder if you sleep good at night, because I wouldn't be able to. I mean, I guess I have a conscience. And, you know, just to give you background, my name is Crystal. I'm a local artist in this community. I set up for Art Hop, which is now at risk. I come from being a homeless child. My mother was addicted. She was in addiction, and I was homeless as a youth. I went into the foster system. And let me tell you, when you go through that as a child, you grow up having a heart for people who are struggling, because you too have struggled, and you've seen people you love struggle. And to think about what's happening right now, I really want to challenge you to look into your heart, look into your conscience, and really do something that actually helps people. You know, I wanted to get up here and I wanted to be angry and I wanted to say, where did that $400 million go? Where are the receipts? And where is the accountability for all of you? You know, we voted you in, you know, you guys had the best intentions. And this ordinance package that's happening right now, I dare you to slap it down and to do better. I challenge you to do better. You know, Mr. Jans, I see you there, and I just want to say, actually, thank you, because my only memory of you is helping my family out during one of our darkest times. So I know you have a conscience. I know you guys are human just like us. And as much as I want to talk S and put you guys down, you guys hold the power in your hands to actually look at these people in the eyes, hear their stories, and do something to help them. You had children come on the mic and tell you how they're impacted. So these stories exist, these people exist, their struggles are happening now, and this will only make it worse. So I implore you to really look in yourselves and really look at these people and think about all the other people on the streets.
Thank you. Up next is, last name is Ayers. Last name Ayers, Ayers. First name is maybe Laughlin. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Tiffany Ayers, and I am with the people behind you guys. I'm homeless too. I've been in a program. I had everything put together, all my stuff up to date. They couldn't find me housing. They actually lied and said I missed 5 days and put me out back on the streets without help. I lost a sister behind this, being put out on the streets for not having housing. My mother lost her boyfriend just as well, looking for housing. We're not getting no kind of help out here. Task force, 5 men threw me to the ground due to I had to get my things, and they wouldn't allow me, and I had puppies inside of a basket. So they wouldn't allow me to get my puppies out. They threw me to the ground, 5 of them, men. That's very discriminating me and who I am. I didn't vote for any of you guys. And I don't understand why we're not getting help and you guys are the ones supposed to help us. Where's the help? We're getting discriminated, things thrown away. You guys are requiring us to have certain things. We cannot have that without any of the task force taking it and throwing it in the garbage. I mean, we're out here starving. We're out here trying to survive just like you guys are. We went to school. We all did the same thing you guys are doing. But we're not getting help. How else are we supposed to function? Please let us know. I mean, I'm tired. This is not an everyday thing I want to do. This is not how I want to live my life. I do want my children back. I can't have them back living like this. So please, change your minds. Help me help you guys vote better. I mean, I only vote because I want to see something that's going to help us. If nothing's going to help us, why vote? Thank you.
We have about 2 hours left of public comment cards. So what I'm going to do right now, out of respect to everyone's time, is we're going to break for lunch, and we will resume at 1:45. We'll see you back here at 1:45. Order. The time is 1:46 p.m. We are going to continue where we left off, which is where public comment is. And so up first, we have Amber Crowell. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Amber Crowell. I'm a sociology professor at Fresno State. I'm opposing this ordinance for a number of reasons, including the reason that folks here have made the most clear, which is that you are choosing to dehumanize the unhoused and criminalize the social problem instead of staying the course of addressing the issue directly, which is to prioritize safe shelter and affordable housing for the unhoused population. Anti-camping ordinances are costly, especially when you are not only citing but also arresting and jailing folks for a situation that is out of their control. Los Angeles spent $3 million on an ordinance like this and only successfully housed 2 people. And they were only giving out citations. Y'all are talking about jailing people with shocking enthusiasm. And sure, these ordinances make business owners happy, but they make the lives of the unhoused, already difficult, even more difficult. You tried this in 2017, and the results were not inspiring. Most people just shuffled around, moved their stuff around, got less rest, less sleep. When they tried this in Denver, one researcher found that rather than it being a compassionate law, it turned into police finding a new favorite phrase, move along. Because we all know there aren't enough beds or services to actually redirect people to. For the many who are in poor health and have disabilities, this is only making a bad situation worse. Draconian laws against the poor and unhoused have never looked good in history. Just because the current Supreme Court decided it's not cruel and unusual punishment doesn't mean it is suddenly not. Morality does not work that way. The economic situation is spiraling for lots of people. The rents and other costs in Fresno are shocking. Fixing it is not easy. If you want to do your job correctly, you need to resist the temptation to fall for choices that look easy, especially when the math doesn't work. You know there aren't enough beds and services for the volume of unhoused people in this city and their needs. You know that misdemeanor charges, arrests, and fines make it even harder to find housing. Research published this year found that displacement as a result of these types of ordinances only increases hardship for people who are addicted to drugs. And so far, no published research has been able to find that dismantling encampments reduces crime. This ordinance is like slamming your hands on a puzzle and throwing the pieces off the table instead of solving it. It is sad to me how swiftly the city moved to put this ordinance in place after the Supreme Court ruling. More swiftly than you have ever gone after the real criminals, the people who are actually destroying the city, slumlords and predatory investors. Right now, if you want a place to rent that is less than $1,000, which is just about what people can afford, about 80% of the time, your option is to live under the biggest slumlord in Fresno. I did the research for this when I was helping with the La Hacienda case, which you also started out on the wrong side of. So, you cannot give up on developing complex and compassionate solutions. This is giving up, and you are failing these people who belong in your city and are in this situation because of your city.
Thank you, Amber. Up next is Lana. Up next is Linda Tubach. Bob McClowski.
Everybody left like how you wanted them to. They'll be back.
Michael Romero. Good afternoon, Michael. You have 2 minutes.
Why in
3 minutes.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
My apologies. 3 minutes.
Yeah, it happens. The numbers get mixed up. Okay, so my name is Michael Romero, he, they pronouns. A few years ago, I had to live out of my car starting in December for 51 days. This was because a restraining order was denied from a death threat from a roommate with an unregistered firearm. My car was the safest, even though I had no security nor proper place to stay. Later on, after I did secure myself some housing, I worked for a homeless shelter. I witnessed people being waitlisted for ages in order to enter the homeless shelter I worked at. There wasn't enough room nor quality of care, and caseworkers did not do enough and would lie when the people would get placed in new shelters that would open up in town. And worse enough, there is little to no oversight, and there's rampant corruption within these homeless shelters. Identity fraud that the company and Fresno PD ignored to investigate is something that needs to get resolved. And PD refused to do anything unless I gave them my name, and I knew anonymity was the only way to ensure that I would not get attacked by existing employees as well as my employer, or former employer. And there's ultimately not enough housing programs. People of color, mentally ill, disabled, elderly, veterans, drug addicts, and domestic violence survivors are the most at risk. And unfortunately, you can't get employment without an existing address or phone number. And without employment, how are they going to be able to afford the fines that you are imposing on them? There are very few that choose to live on the streets. The economy forces us there. Not able to afford housing, what can we do? And ultimately, the homeless community, I consider them family because I went through the same struggles as they did. Even though I only was on the streets for 51 days, many have been on the streets for multiple years, unable to receive the services that they so very need. And hear this, if you don't vote against this ordinance, blood will be on your hands. And I hope you sleep horribly with nightmares of what happens to us, the people. If you're lucky to never be homeless, may your nightmares give you that experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Taya Looney. Good afternoon, Taya. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Taya Looney, and I represent the many educators and case managers working with students in Fresno County. As a local educator working extensively with unhoused students and families, I am deeply concerned that the proposed ordinance will severely impact these vulnerable children. By expanding the ban on sitting, lying, or sleeping in public spaces, the ordinance could lead to the immediate displacement of families, causing further instability in the lives of students who are already facing significant challenges. These children, many of whom rely on consistency and support to thrive academically and emotionally, may lose access to critical resources and safe spaces. The ordinance fails to address the root cause of homelessness and instead perpetuates a cycle of hardship, making it even harder for these young students to find the stability and support they need to succeed. Allow me to share a personal perspective. I've grown up in Fresno with my 2 siblings since exiting the foster system into an adoptive family at age 5. I was taken from my birth parents due to their severe neglect and drug abuse. I was left with mental health and behavioral challenges from a young age. This is a story that I share with many others who had to enter the foster system. Nearly 1 in 3 foster youth become homeless upon exiting the system, and I've always considered myself lucky to avoid the cruel reality that faces others who were born into the same situation as I was. Please give other children the chance and the resources I had to succeed. Pursue humane and effective solutions, increasing housing availability, providing adequate shelters, and ensuring access to supportive services before individuals leave shelters. This ordinance will not reduce homelessness nor address the concerns of other constituents. Instead, it will entrench the suffering of our neighbors, children, and families already struggling. I implore the council to reject this ordinance and commit to compassionate, impactful measures to address our housing crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Alicia R. Alicia R.
Good morning, or afternoon. Yeah, it was supposed to be morning. I just want to address a couple things before I get into the meat of this subject at hand, a couple of logistics issues. Some of us took time off work to be here today. Advance notice would be nice if we're really interested in good faith effort to get the public's input on things. That would be a little something to take into consideration. That's nothing in comparison to the many unhoused folks who had to get rides here and the advocates who are doing the boots on the ground work who had to get them here. So a little more good faith effort in receiving public input would be, favorable. Also, parking should be free today. Come on, that's self-explanatory. To the subject at hand, there's a few things that are glaring to me. So there's issues of presentation, there's issues of reality, and there's issues of congruence. A lot of sentiments of it have been expressed that I align with and that I would probably echo. But some blaring ones. So the ordinance as it stands is already kind of cruel. Like, why are we criminalizing someone for not having a roof over their head? It's laughable. Governor Newsom is going to have to answer at the state level for his neglect and hypocrisy. It doesn't favor the city to follow suit in that kind of cruelty. You have an opportunity to do the right thing here. Are you going to take that, or are you going to go and do something that's, I mean, just a very clear fact. I didn't hear one person in here today say, that unhoused person say they didn't want shelter, and I didn't hear one person say they were in favor of this ordinance. So that's something to take into consideration in your voting, because your constituents have asked something of you in mass. And if you're going to ignore that and go through with this action, that says a lot about how you value your constituents. And by constituents, I mean also our unhoused. We need to quit compartmentalizing humanity and separating sectors of the population as not part of the community, because they are our neighbors. When you guys got voted into these seats, your districts include those members of the community, and that's not something that you just get to sweep out of the way and ignore. They're there, and they need help. This is not how we help them. Criminalizing people and throwing them into jails and fining them with what money? We know what happens next. They go into the prison labor pipeline. This is obvious. We can't keep doing this. There are boots on the ground advocates that lose people all the time on the streets. I have a freezer full of water for the unhoused. There's all this talk and there's all these photo ops. There's documented footage of the HEART team throwing away important documents. If you really want these folks to get shelter beds, why are you taking away their ability to do that? They need their IDs. They need their important paperwork. That's going into the garbage, and they're being treated like garbage. That's not acceptable. If you guys want to make this right, attack the housing crisis that we're having for years now. Years ago, I had to leave a situation where I almost became homeless.
Thank you, Alicia. Up next is Daniel Delgado. Delgado. Up next is Lethal.
Did you say Daniel Delgado?
Yes.
Did you say?
Daniel Delgado.
That's me.
Okay, I'm going to have you come up right after she's done.
Hello. Many live paycheck to paycheck, and you want to sit your nasty asses up there and make it illegal for people to exist if they end up on the streets. How will it be determined who is unhoused, or does this pertain to everyone? This will be discriminatory and classist because people of all walks of life sit in public. Selectively enforcing this ordinance will open you to lawsuits, and we will be documenting. Homelessness about doubled at the beginning of the pandemic and has continued to rise. This ordinance is punishing people affected by the pandemic. You know full well that the lack of affordable housing is a huge problem, and instead of fixing the root causes of being unhoused, you want to pile fines and jail time. There's an increase in jail time from 6 months to a year. I guess that's one way to get people a bed, right? It's over $36,000 to jail someone per year. Is this the price we pay for you to see out your hatred? This will defeat your purposes because it will just further destabilize these individuals and turn them into slaves in the prison system. And with what money will they pay fines when they can't get a job without an address, can't get a job without looking presentable, can't get presentable if Heartless team keeps throwing their stuff away and y'all keep moving the mobile showers every 2 months? Oh, look at the time, it moved again. You perpetuate homelessness, and then you turn around and you further victimize the homeless. I'm sorry, not homeless. They do have a home. It's the fucking sidewalk you are about to make it illegal for them to sleep on, which is, it's cruel, by the way, to make it illegal for someone to sleep. This costly ordinance removes an amendment on the no camping ban that states people can only be removed unless a shelter bed is available. So let it go to record that this isn't a new ban, but one that takes away the protection of requiring a bed, a through and through displacement. Harvey Dent up there is quoted in saying that people will now be accepting the help that has been offered to them, such as family and government resources. But this doesn't apply to foster children who have aged out that don't require drug treatment or mental health services. So where's their bed? Long hospital stays, wrongful evictions, learning disabilities, domestic violence, spouses dying are other innocent ways people have to turn to the streets. This will be your legacy, criminalizing them. Do something that you and your God would be proud of. Gary Hare.
Up next is Sarah. Mr. Delgado, you're next. Yeah, my apologies. Mr. Delgado is next. Do you want to go ahead and pull the mic down? Yes.
Okay.
There we go. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, tell me when, okay. I'm Daniel, one of God's children on earth, on Mother Earth. Everyone had beautiful words to say, but didn't you know that on October 12, 1492, this world was discovered, this new land? And did you know in 1776, this was the United States became America? Yes. When the Europeans came to this country, the natives opened up their hands because they were starving here in America because they didn't know how to do it. But the natives helped the Europeans how to grow their crops here in this world. Now, we live in America, the greatest country in the world. I'm not sure if you guys went overseas. I've seen the world. This is the best country, and we should work together, not destroy each other. All of you guys there. How many, do you guys have any family members that are homeless? You guys are probably not going to answer that. Well, my cousin died in the streets. She was in the street. She died on December the 26th, 2023. Saturday, this 15-year-old girl that I met, the parents kicked her out of the house. She had nowhere to go. She said that she might have a friend in the West Side. I gave her $7, $5 to go eat. We got to work with each other, not kill each other. Yeah, and so I don't have to answer any other question because you guys all answered for me. Beautiful words, but I have to tell you what America is all about when it got discovered. Anyway, that's about it.
Up next is Sarah. Up next is Damon. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. All right, so I'd like to reiterate a little bit of what others have said here today. This ordinance is not holding people accountable who have been living on the street. It is simply punishing them and criminalizing them for not having anywhere else to go. To throw away a person's tents, clothing, and belongings in the hottest part of the year in one of the hottest parts of the country is a death sentence for at least some of the people you're inflicting this on. A death sentence you are choosing to inflict on people, and for what? So you can raise the police budget yet again next year, so you can have some justification and pretend to have done something when you run for election again. Put more people in prisons, making underwear for 36 cents an hour. Finding people who live on the street $1,000 certainly isn't helping them. And I would know this. I used to be homeless about 10 years ago. The only reason I was able to escape that and the only reason I am even alive today is because I had a vehicle that I could store my things safely in and use as shelter. Will this law still affect people who have to even live in vehicles? I was accosted by police even in that circumstance. And as a white person, I have a lot of privilege and still have to be scared of the police when I'm homeless. Today, minimum wage is $16 an hour. When I was homeless, it was $10. Minimum wage has only gone up about 50%, but I am paying more than double in rent now. I am closer to homeless, as many people have said here today, than I am to any of you. All of you here make more than 4 times what I ever have in my life, just because I haven't had the opportunity to get an education. And yet you're going to sit here today and tell us that you want to throw people's tents away, put them in jail, and make them pay $1,000 that they don't have. Despicable.
Up next, there's no name, but the address is 2614 West Norwich. That's all they put on the card, 2614 West Norwich. Up next is Reina Rodriguez. Giannis Palos.
You can see I'm getting older by the minute. Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning. Good afternoon, council members, the mayor, and Elisa Pereira, all of you. I know all of you have good in you. I want to start with thanks. Thank you, Andrew Jans. You saved my brother's life. He's got a job. After getting shot in the streets of Fresno 7 times, he's doing well. So thank you for that. I know we've done a lot of good things, but as you can see, I'm a billboard for our heroes, 22 a day. If you pass this, I'm burying more veterans in the last 4 years than any other time, as young as 21 years old, taking their lives because they're experiencing mental health crisis, and the VA is not picking them up. Gary Butterfield, I don't know where those outreach workers at. I never ran into them. It's shame on them saying they're out here. I dedicate to these heroes because I love them, and you are one of them too. If you're a veteran yourself, thank you for your sacrifice. You know how hard it is. They inhale chemicals. Why are we gonna punish them for serving us? Because we're all could have been speaking German if it wasn't for them. My dad is a veteran from my country. If you want to look where I come from, Eritrea, we're never going to kneel down. And I was homeless at one time, Georgianne White. There's nobody homeless from Eritrea. You know that as well as I do. I experienced mental health crisis. The county disposed of me, blinded my eye and just let me go. They don't have anything for me. So I surrendered to this kind of work. 11 years, grassroots, nonprofit. It's a success. So please hear me. We have 11 out of the 22 that killed themselves because they're homeless, Gary Butterfield. They don't have nothing to VA. I'm sorry to tell you that. We were succeeding. We haven't had a director for a year. Who's directing the VA? Myself. Because I never refused to give up on them because their stories are painful. But thank you. Please consider that because I don't want to bury any more veterans. Thank you.
Up next is Stevie. Steve or Stevie? Not yet. Up next is Matthew Kemp. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, guys. So, my name is Matthew Kemp. I represent SGA Private Security. We patrol from Herndon and Blackstone all the way to the end of downtown. So I have the unfortunate job of representing the other side. So every night we go through and we see and represent the small businesses. The small businesses are who's not being heard in all of this. We have a duty to these businesses to help keep their storefronts clean and protect them from property damage. Every night, last night specifically, I had 5 service calls up and down Gettysburg with broken windows and trash being left in front of these businesses. I understand there's multiple sides to the homeless crisis, but I have to also stand up for our clients and the small businesses that are being affected every night by homeless people staying in front of their businesses, behind their businesses, breaking in through back doors. So that is our side of this. We're asking the city and state for help because we can only do so much as private security guards. We're all licensed, we all have POAs, but there's only so much we can do without the help of the city. We're asking for the support before we move to arresting and removing homeless with the police. We ask that you guys all help us, the private security officers that represent the small businesses, not the McDonald's, not the big corporations, the small businesses in Fresno that rely on us to protect them, because we can't always, for every small thing, call the police, and that's why we're there. So we ask for the support of the city to help small security firms, private security firms that patrol the cities at nights, that are being forced to engage with these homeless, to help us remove them before police get involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Up next is Lori Jackson. Christina T.
Christina had to go back to work, and she grabbed me. I didn't know her, and asked if I can share her concerns with you. Is that okay?
I'm sorry, I can't allow that.
Can I put my name in it? She had to go to work.
You already did.
Work.
I know, Cindy, you already spoke.
Oh, right.
Thank you, Cindy. Up next is Anush. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
First, I want to acknowledge that we're on Yokuts land. As a teacher, I am very concerned over this inhumane ordinance. As you know, we have many unhoused students in Fresno County. Are we supposed to fine and jail parents and separate them from their children? I know 3 teachers on just my campus that have been homeless. What you are saying with this is that people who lost their jobs or who get sick and lose everything are not worthy of basic needs. I'm concerned about all the money that gets put into law enforcement and how our city deals with the basic survival activities such as sleeping, sitting, standing. Many people in Fresno, and over half the population of Americans, are one paycheck from being unhoused. Last year, the California Housing Partnership Affordable Housing Needs Report stated that Fresno has a shortfall of over 36,000 affordable housing units. There are people with great careers who still can't afford housing. City Manager White apparently said that the city will increase the amount within the next 5 years. 5 years. In the meantime, you want to fine people? In the meantime, you want to jail people? What we need is affordable housing. One option is not approving urban sprawl, but taking over buildings that are left empty for decades. Another is to give people struggling 24 months of guaranteed income with housing. This will give people a stable position from where to improve their circumstances, and during this time they can find jobs or get training for trade jobs or rehab. Less money for cops, more for education, housing, and mental health. Homelessness is not a crime. This ordinance is a crime against humanity. Our children deserve better, our elders deserve better, our marginalized groups deserve better. Do not pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Ana Felipe. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I wanted to thank everyone who spoke before me today, barring the person speaking on behalf of the private security companies. I couldn't care less about that. But I wanted to thank everyone coming out and in opposition to this ordinance. I have been so moved by your words, and I have been so inspired by each and every one of you. I understand that it might be uncomfortable for some of you sitting up here being approached by these people who are so angry, so vehement, and so passionate about their opposition of this ordinance. And I wanted to say that I truly believe that if you could experience just an ounce of the suffering and the discomfort that it means to be homeless, I don't think that this ordinance would have even been introduced in the first place. No one wants to be homeless. It's not a happy state of being. You have limited access to food, you have limited access to water, you have to experience extreme weather conditions, you have limited access to sanitation, to bathrooms, to just the ability to wash your hands. You have limited access to medical care. Some of the people who came before me have mentioned seeing people die on the streets. Some of that is from a lack of medical care, some of it is from experiencing extreme weather conditions. Even if you're not experiencing a medical condition, even if you don't have one to worry about, there's still other issues to worry about. Malnutrition, for one, dehydration. 2 weeks ago, I gave someone a 24-pack of water bottles sitting outside of a 7-Eleven because he didn't have any water and he had dogs with him. That is the kind of person that you want, that this ordinance would be pushing into jail, because he doesn't have $1,000 to pay a fine and he doesn't have anywhere else to go. So he's going to end up in jail, he's going to lose his dogs. If he is in jail, when he eventually gets out, he's probably not going to be able to find a job. Is that the 1 minute warning? Awesome, thank you. That's just an example, that's one of many examples of the people that you're going to be hurting with this ordinance. Please, please do not pass this ordinance. Please, please listen to the many people who have come before me. The woman who spoke up here with her children, who was crying about how she's experiencing domestic violence and there isn't room in the shelters for her. Please, please keep her in mind when you are thinking of passing this ordinance, because if it does pass, then people like her who don't have, they will be cleared, even if there is not room in a shelter for them. They will just have to keep moving on the streets. They will end up in jail. She will lose her children. You have these clear examples in front of you of the people who will be directly suffering if this ordinance passes. Please keep that in mind when you are deciding whether or not to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Leandra. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to ask if anyone here would like to speak for Christina, who hasn't spoken already. You'd speak with her, of course, since I think it's kind of absurd that we're enforcing that rule so harshly in this specific circumstance. But to begin, I find the apathy of this ordinance and the condescending disinterest in this room really disturbing. It's really important, and it's impacting real people's lives. Our voices matter, and I can tell that you guys know you should be caring. And I find it strange that you're on your phones, because I don't know, because there's just not a lot of eye contact and a lot of looking down, and I assume it's because this makes you uncomfortable. I work in this area, and I think that there is a lack of perspective on the circumstances and the people here. I've had people come in crying. I have a regular who's a veteran, and he's obviously got a disability or a severe form of PTSD, and he needs support. And he cannot access the resources that we have. He wouldn't know about them if he did. And generally, there needs to be more outreach before we're passing resolutions such as this one. Again, I think that there is a difference in the expectations. I think you guys have expectations of your own lives and expectations of others. First off, that everyone in here mentions that we're far from you in our finances, but you're just as far as the next millionaire or significantly rich person, in the sense that with enough significant events happening to literally any one of you or anyone in your family who is less fortunate, you could be in the exact same circumstances that you're criminalizing people for. And then similarly, expectations of other people's lives. I think a lot of people think that homeless people, you dehumanize them to begin, but a lot of people think that homeless people make decisions that lead to them ending up in these circumstances. But I think it's important to note and remember that a lot of our lives are out of our control. And to speak a little more logically, because I think you guys have heard plenty of voices and a lot of them haven't been connected. But the mayor himself has admitted there's not enough housing and this policy is ethically unenforceable. We can't do what we're doing on this ordinance with our enforcement efforts if we don't have housing on the back end. Literally, the whole point of this bill is that we're removing the qualification to have housing on the back end before enforcing it. As well, they're being told that they'll have prohibition or rehab, but that is also inaccessible, and also will be inconsistently enforced, just how this ordinance is going to be inconsistently enforced. The only place that has had significant improvement on homelessness, Los Angeles, they've reduced it by double digits because of outreach and direct prevention. If we're looking for a long-term solution, as another person mentioned, not just kicking the can down the road, this will be the objective. And I think it's important to note when you make this policy,
Thank you. Up next is Patricia Hill. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I've been homeless off and on for 6 years. I was fleeing from an abused partner. I have 4 children. And they didn't like the shelters because they are supported by churches, and so they were basically forced to go to church and then asked to leave during the day and then come back in the evening. When we became homeless, I went to welfare and reported that I was homeless. They gave me 16 days to find a place. It's impossible. During that time, my son was diagnosed with bipolar schizophrenia. And part of it is from his dad. And because my children didn't want to be with me in shelters, I had to give them back to their dad. I work 2 jobs. I'm CNA, and I'm guard carded in 3 states because my company works out of state also. And working 2 jobs and my ex being on welfare, I'm not making enough to make a rent. So I'm out on the streets. And out there, I've been raped, I've been beaten. And I sit out there and I'm helping other homeless people because of my medical background with, abscesses and stuff like that. But I can't afford housing. I can't have my children. Things need to change. You guys, I invite you guys all to take a pay cut and have the money go towards homeless. And I invite you guys all, not a week, a year, because a week ain't crap. Spend a year out there and you guys try to survive. I've been ticketed for going through the trash because I was thrown against a fence from the heart team. The heart team? Heartless is more like it. I was thrown against a fence by 3 men because I wanted to find.
Thank you, Patricia. Up next is Mel.
You guys don't care. They don't. Great job.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
I'm here today to speak on this oppressive ordinance brought up by this shitty council that does nothing but further harm the community. I'm turning 23 in 2 days. I was a victim of Porch Fest this year. I lost my job because of Porch Fest. I lost my housing due to losing my job and the impacts of trauma that Porch Fest had on me and the previous trauma that I have. Miguel Arias and Annalisa, how do you have the audacity to sit across from me and say that you care about the community, yet you're so excited to pass an ordinance that directly affects your most vulnerable constituents? All the people in this city, all the people this city has failed, the veterans, the disabled, the elderly, the children, all of whom you've heard speak today. Will you ignore them the way you did me after the Porch Fest assault? All you did was give me a sheet of paper. You are causing more trauma on top of trauma for people that need help. They need assistance, not more brutalization. Don't scoff at the people who are angry. They are rightfully angry because you people sit up here and do nothing but cause more harm to the community because you care more about your shareholder values than your own humanity. How can you bring your kids here, Miguel, and you can't even look at the kids who are directly affected by this barbaric ordinance in the eyes? I've had high school friends who grew up in a van, which has affected their ability to finish school and get an education. It further impacts them. I have seen it all throughout my entire 4 years of high school. I've seen it and I have lived it firsthand. I myself have been housing insecure for the last 3 years. You people have no shame. You have nothing to offer the community, and it's a shame that you call yourself leaders. Have you considered that maybe if multiple people have the same criticisms and outrage, it means you're not doing your fucking jobs? The trashed businesses would be solved if we got to the root of homelessness. It's not their fault. Stop blaming the people that have nothing. Where are these people supposed to go? This is obviously affecting everyone in the community. Why are we making it even worse? What cop money are you taking?
Up next is Ethan Dignan. Good afternoon, Ethan. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ethan Dignan. I'm actually 20 years old, and I thank all of you guys for speaking up. I'm glad that we all have a voice and opinions in this matter, even though sometimes people may not seem to care. I'm actually a year and 4 months sober now. I've been in a sober home. I was actually incarcerated. I was in the juvenile system. I was in the foster system because people decided to fail me. My own parents gave up on me. People gave up on me in this life, and I had nothing, okay? I was 18 years old, out there near the Poverello. I actually was homeless for a whole year. I had horrible traumatic trauma. I was beaten almost to death out there because, people need to survive out there, and people rob and steal and kill each other just to live. There's children out there that are suffering. I was suffering as a teenager, okay? And I didn't have no moral support. I didn't have no support. I didn't have anybody to hold my hand. I had to live for myself. And there's a lot of things that I had to do that was unpleasant just to live. People are talking about children, the veterans and everything. My grandfather was a veteran. He served the Navy, okay? He's passed away now. But all the BS aside, like, you guys are going to want to put people in prison for what? Like the veterans, for example. If my grandfather was still alive and was homeless right now, actually, I would say something too, because you know what? What's the point of serving this damn country if you're going to throw them in prison? For what? So they, all the years that they spent either getting shot at or seeing all the people that they get to know die, that's traumatic in itself. But me personally, I'm going to speak for the youth, because you know what? It's time, because you know what? There is a whole bunch of statistics speaking that all of our youth are becoming gang members, or there's a lot of violence and drugs and alcohol, substance abuse, because you guys are not worrying about our youth, okay? I've lost friends to gang violence because they didn't have a way. Their parents gave up on them too, just the same as me. They were in the system. The reason why they joined a gang was to be loved and valid because everybody else gave up on them, just as they gave up on me. That's the reason why we see more deaths in teens or suicide or all these types of things. I speak for the youth and I speak for myself when I say this. I mean, I'm going to be homeless either way right now, and if this law goes into order, I'm actually going to be a father at 21 or 20 years old. My baby mama is going to give birth December 16, and if my child has to go without a child or without a father for a year, shame on all of you, because you know what? My parents weren't in my life, but I want to be in my child's life because I want to give my child the future that I never got, and I think it's bullshit. Thank you.
Fernando Elizondo Paul. Fernando?
Oh, that's me.
It's your turn. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Check for 3 minutes for me, please. I don't trust these people. Peace be with you. The Lord is my strength and my defense. In God we trust, not City Hall, as you noticed. The people might be homeless, but you are worse than they are. They are victims. You guys are corporates. You feed off these people. You have no heart. You see all these things that happen. I see them. I'm out there in the field. I'm a minister, and I minister to these people to not lose hope. Lose hope in City Hall, but not in God. We never should lose faith. City Hall thinks they're above God just because they put City of Fresno above the wording. That corporate right there is the one that did that. Am I right, Jerry? No? That's the rumor. That's the rumor. But anyway, whatever we say, whatever we do, it falls on deaf ears. You guys don't care as long as your pockets are full, but everybody is going to be accountable for their actions. They call it karma. It's going to come back and hit you in the face. Everything you've done to these people, whether directly or indirectly, it's going to come back at you. Remember that. Every day that passes, that they suffer, you will suffer 10 times as much, mentally or physically, one of the two. We stand here and talk to you people to see if you would compromise. Like Jerry Dare says, he compromised, but he doesn't mean it. The money is being looped. We did a service to the homeless. Yeah, we washed, steam cleaned them off the streets. Oh, charge it to the homeless. That $1 billion is being whittled down. We made small housing. It doesn't say small housing, it says habitable, inhabitable. It says to build a home that these people can live in, and just like you, not be any different than you. You're no better than they are, but you think you are. It's all in your head. But it's coming to an end. Just like Mr. Benefield's time's coming to an end, being arrogant, all of yours. It's a problem with you guys. You're all arrogant. You got a few dollars in your pocket, now you think you're better than anybody. These people should be accommodated by restrooms. You put an event at the Tower District, oh, they put up restrooms and everything. They do everything. You know, they cater to the Tower District. I know because I live there. I'm not gay or any of that thing. Homie, don't play.
Up next is Miss 5250.
Miss 5250, crazy for justice, D3 resident. I'm glad to see the amount of people today and speaking today, since this meeting was not very well advertised or broadcast, so I'm very happy with the turnout. Georgiana and the mayor, though, look very bored over there. They're not, don't seem like they're very interested in what's happening up here by the public. This ordinance is ridiculous. Just because something is legal, which I don't agree that this is constitutional, the Supreme Court, in my opinion, has made a very, very bad decision, and it's not just my opinion, obviously. Looking at your agenda here, I agree with everything everyone has said already, and I don't see anything about unscheduled communication. But I noticed ADA again, and that is, I guess, because, well, no, Carbasi was on the Zoom a while back. So, I don't know, but I guess that's why the general public gets to participate via Zoom, is because someone on the council is absent. But I was trying to file a ADA lawsuit because of you guys taking that away from us. And when I went to the city attorney's office, your ADA complaint form still reflected Wilma Kwan. And that was 2 city managers ago. So it doesn't seem like you guys are paying very much attention to the public and what we need and what we want. And to be advocating for the public as the public servants that you took an oath and swore an oath to the Constitution to do. And I'm not seeing this. I wanted to touch on closed session because all of a sudden the security of City Hall is in question. And I don't know, what are you guys afraid of? Or you're, more afraid of the public, the more evil deeds that you guys plan on doing, I guess, the more afraid you get that something is going to happen to someone here. I also have serious questions about conference with labor negotiators. Why is this every week or every other week? This is a closed session item that you can't seem to get these contracts. I mean, it's every week. Is it the greed of the public, the people that are very rude to us, negotiating their contracts, because they're the only ones that have job security. They're the only ones that have any kind of privilege or sovereignty here in the city of Fresno. There's these 12 rule makers up there that pretend to be rule followers who do not have.
Up next is Leandra. You're disrupting the meeting, ma'am. This is your one and only warning. If you do not cease, we will have you removed. Up next is Leandra. Noted, thank you. Bernard, I think there's one more yellow card. Bob McCloskey.
Thank you very much. The comprehensive and well-documented 2023 study and report on homelessness in California by the University of San Francisco found that poverty is the main cause of homelessness. It also found that over 50% of all the unhoused in California are over 50 years old. The study also found that minority populations are disproportionately overrepresented in the unhoused population. The mayor and council members Arias and Bradfield, to their discredit, are promoting an ordinance that bullies the elderly and the poorest of the poor. It attacks the most vulnerable human beings. Let's stress that. These are human beings in Fresno. In addition, the ordinance, if implemented, will affect minorities more than anyone else. A 2019 Urban Institute report ranks Fresno number 59 of 59 cities in California for economic inclusion. That's because the mayor and your council have done nothing to deal with this. Across the U.S., Fresno ranks 253rd out of 290 some cities. In poverty. The 2023 point in time count finds that indigenous people, of all people, the first people of this nation, are well overrepresented on the streets of Fresno. There are 3% indigenous population in the national census. 7% of the unhoused people in Fresno are of indigenous descent. Blacks or African Americans are 6% in the national census. Here they are 16% of the Fresno population. The proposed ordinance will criminalize the basic human need to sleep. As Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor recently said about the recent decision, SCOTUS decision, where do we put them if every city, every village, every town lacks compassion like you all and passes an identical ordinance to this one? Where are they supposed to sleep? Are they supposed to kill themselves not sleeping? I've charged you fools with this before. You have homicidal intent. You got the HART team going out there killing people, literally, when they throw their stuff away in the winter, when they drive them out of the shade, they go out there and suffer hypothermia. People are dying on the streets of Fresno, and you go out there, people are down and out. This has caused more suicide on the streets of Fresno.
Up next is Linda Tubalk. Or Tubalch.
My name is Linda Tubach. I'm a Fresno County resident and a Fresno City shopper. And I'm here to oppose the No Sit Sleep Lie ordinance. I think if you've been listening to the people that have spoken here about their experiences as unhoused in Fresno, they are desperate for shelter. And clearly the obvious solution that you need to be talking about is how to subsidize rent. It's pretty simple. And with the hundreds of millions of dollars that have flowed into this city, I just find it shocking that there is still no permanent housing available for people. But the answer to that is actually rent subsidies. There are thousands of vacancies in Fresno every month. And rent subsidies, by the way, I'd like to remind you, are also known as social housing, which Mayor Dyer and staff took a nice trip to Vienna, Austria to study, and found that homelessness is really addressed there. There's essentially no homeless people because apartments are subsidized with whatever people need to get shelter. And shelter, after all, is your #1 obligation as public servants. That's the foundation for people's ability to live life. And I just find it horrifying that you would actually target and scapegoat the most vulnerable 5,000 or so people in Fresno as if they're responsible for the quality of life issues in this city. That is absolutely ridiculous. They are literally 0.01, that is 0.1% of this population. The real problems on the streets of Fresno and with the quality of life in Fresno and Fresno County is social services, which are not provided adequately. I think you need to stop subsidizing all the private providers of social services, stop subsidizing HEART, and devote that money and heaven and earth to rent subsidies, scholarships for students to become social workers, teachers, and staff up city services. That's what will improve the quality of life in this city. Thank you.
Up next, we have Henderson. Henderson. He wants to pass loose. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You have 3 minutes.
She's waiting for the interpreter. Okay. So she has 6 minutes, right?
Yep. You have 6 minutes.
Yo quiero hablar de cómo es mi situación ahorita. Yo estoy aquí porque yo quiero que hagan caso, por favor. Yo tengo una situación muy difícil.
I just want to speak today. I'm here today and I wanted to speak regarding my situation.
Yo estoy homeless no porque yo quiero, sino por lo que me pasó.
I am homeless not by choice, but regarding what happened to me.
Yo estaba en un programa, ese programa me sacó, me tuve que salir más bien porque yo ayudé a otra persona.
And I was removed by a program. Well, I had to be removed by a program because I helped somebody out.
Me sacaron las cosas, me avergonzaron afuera del programa. Yo estoy pasando por tráfico humano. Okay,
and
yo venir aquí.
And they removed my things, and I went through a lot of embarrassing things, and I'm going through human trafficking.
Yo sé que exponerme aquí, me expongo mi situación.
And I know that by me being here, I'm exposing my situation.
Pero estoy desesperada, soy una madre de 3 hijos, que los tengo afuera, no hace ni 3 días enfrente de la misión. Acaban de matar a alguien.
And I'm here because I'm desperate. I have 3 kids, and it has not only been 3 days, but 3 days ago, they had killed somebody outside of a mission site.
Tuvimos que ver todo eso. No podemos hablar porque si hablamos, obviamente nos pasa algo.
And we had to see all of that. And we cannot speak regarding this because if we do, then something bad can happen to us.
So yo les pido por favor que pongan atención que hay en veces que hay personas que están ahí, no porque quieran, sino por las situaciones. Y yo sé que yo estar aquí me expongo a que yo vuelva otra vez a eso.
And I would like to just say, please pay attention that some people are not there because they want to be there, but because they have a special circumstance.
Los trabajadores no ayudan.
The workers, they're not helpful.
Todos los programas prefieren el medical y de ahí cobran por el medical. Eso me di cuenta porque estaban hablando de eso. Sí, que cobran al medical la estadía que uno está ahí.
And the only reason why they have us there is because they will pay us, they will get paid for us to be there. They will charge Medi-Cal.
Yo tengo niños especiales.
I
Yo
have
vivo en un
special
carro.
needs kids.
Estoy en un carro viviendo con mis hijos. Me prometieron que me iban a ayudar a agarrar casa. No me ayudaron, es mentira. Todo lo que dicen que van a ayudar no ayudan.
So they told. So right now I'm living in my car, and they had told me, they promised me that they were going to help me find housing, but that's not true. That's all a lie.
Por favor, yo les pido que tomen consideración. Tengo a mis hijos viviendo en la calle. No pido más, nomás pido que ayuden, que hagan algo, que alguien de ustedes que está aquí sentado, por favor. Yo no estoy ahí porque quiero, estoy ahí por mi situación. Yo me huí de donde yo estaba. Y a mí también, no puedo decir quién, pero me prometieron muchísimas cosas cuando yo ayudé con lo que yo estaba pasando y es mentira. Te mienten, te dicen que te van a hacer algo y no.
So I'm asking to please consider why I'm here and what I'm telling you guys. I'm living in the street with my kids, and I received promises, and they told me that they would help me. But I'm asking everybody, or the people that are here sitting down, if they can please help me. I can't say any names, but somebody did tell me that they were going to help me.
Cuando yo estaba pasando lo del tráfico humano.
When I was going through the human trafficking issues that I was going through.
Ayudé y fue mentira. Me dejaron en la vil calle. En la calle nomás me usaron. Y yo siento que aquí pueden ustedes levantar la voz y hacer algo por nosotros, los que estamos pasando por cosas.
And what they did was they threw me out to the streets. And I just wish, or I'm hopeful that somebody can help me here or help us out.
She's done.
Okay,
Y
thank you.
muchas gracias por escucharme.
And thank you for listening.
All right, those are all the cards I have here in the council chambers, and so at this time, we're going to transition to public comment through Zoom.
First up, we have Lisa Flores. Lisa, are you there?
Hold on for a minute. Let me get situated here. Yeah. Let me know when my 3 minutes start, please.
They started.
Oh, well, you didn't tell me that. Anyway, let's talk about what you guys haven't done in the last 4 years. More than 4.5 years ago, in February of 2020, I came before you via Zoom and requested that you guys do rent control. As we were entering into COVID, I reminded you guys, you need to make sure people are fed and you need to make sure that people are in their homes. You've had 4 years to do rent control. You have done nothing. The homeless crisis lays at your feet because you have done nothing. Second, I've come to you throughout the years asking you for clear accountability of the money. You've spent $400 million on homelessness, and all you're getting is this regressive motion of evilness. Come on, guys. 4 years. Where's the policies and procedure? Mr. Jans, you've been at work, you've been on the job when I have publicly requested the policies and procedures and have been provided nothing. Nothing. So nobody in the community, especially those faced with homelessness, can get redressed within the system you've created. The county, this one goes to good old Gary. Instead of running for board of supervisors, why don't you have the gumption and write up a motion to sue them? Sue them for all the things that they're taking from the city of Fresno and not providing to the citizens of Fresno. The problem. Furthermore, veterans. What are you guys going to do about the veterans population? We've just gone through the 4th of July this month. Where's your love for the vets? There is none. This one goes out to Tyler Maxwell. It's great that you guys just wanted to spend $10,000 and, give $10,000 to Marjorie Mason for landscaping. Landscaping is more important than these women with their children that have come before you asking for housing versus going back into a domestic violence situation that could land them up dead. You guys need to really seriously figure out your priority. And finally, I'm asking you that you guys take this motion off the table, Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. How about Fresno looking inward and saying, Gavin, we need time, we need to correct our system, we need to be innovative, we need to see what works, what doesn't work, because harassing people doesn't work. And finally, I'm going to pull out my Ladonia status on all you guys that know what a Ladonia is. The keeper of the family. If we are truly one Fresno, we are one family. And as a Ladonia, if I was there, I would chunklet every.
Next up, we have Ariana Castellanos. Ariana?
Hi, I'm sorry. Can you come back to me after the next person? I'm just transitioning.
Next, we have Jade McAfee. Jade. We'll come back to Jade. Next, we have Lana Jazz.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lana. I live in District 6. I echo the previous statements of all those standing in opposition of the prohibition of the unhoused encampments. It's ridiculous to monetarily penalize people who are already experiencing financial hardships. I heard one of the council members earlier reprimand a community member for using the language they did because there's children in the room. It is incredibly disingenuous to scold a person for expressing their principled rage against this criminal proposal, which will criminalize the homeless children's parents and throw them in jail for not having stable housing. It is far more traumatizing to see your family things be ripped away from you for what little you have and thrown away and discarded, only to cause more harm to your family who is already struggling. I wholeheartedly reject and oppose your sit, lie, sleep ordinance, which is a war against the poor. I would like to read something from Slaughterhouse 5 by Kurt Vonnegut. This was written in 1969. America is the wealthiest nation on earth, but its people are mainly poor, and the poor Americans are urged to hate themselves. To quote the American humorist Ken Hubbard, it ain't no disgrace to be poor, but it might as well be. It is in fact a crime for an American to be poor, even though America is a nation of poor. Every other nation has folk traditions of men who are poor but extremely wise and virtuous, and therefore more estimable than anyone with power and gold. No such tales are told by the American poor. Americans, like human beings everywhere, believe many things that are obviously untrue. Their most destructive untruth is that it is very easy for an American to make money. They will not acknowledge how, in fact, hard money is to come by. And therefore, those who have no money blame and blame and blame themselves. This inward blame has been a treasure for the rich and powerful who have had to do less than their poor, publicly and privately, than any other ruling class since, say, Napoleonic times. Thank you.
Next, we have Christina Soto.
Hello, everyone. I am just here to echo all of the things that all of my community members have said prior. The lack of interest on the council dais today has been extremely disappointing to see the palpable disdain that you all seem to have toward the poor and marginalized people of your community is truly disgusting. I want to take this time, since you all obviously don't care about what any of us have to say, to just acknowledge the community that came out today. I feel extremely proud in spite of the fact that we have to be here to make these statements and to plead for basic human dignity for people who are victims of this system to say that you're going to hold them accountable when you won't even hold yourselves accountable for the mess that you have created in this city, which is what's causing this current crisis, again, I think is just truly appalling, but not surprising. And so I just want to say to the community that is here today, that took the time to show up, that I am really proud to be a part of the community, and urge you all, urge all of us to get more involved, to run for office, to run these people out of office who clearly do not care, to continue to connect with each other, to continue to protect each other, to care for each other, because this city is and these current so-called leaders are not going to do it for us, as clearly displayed by the fact that we even have to be here to argue against this inhumane and cruel ordinance, and to run for these positions and to get more involved. And we need more regular, caring people with conscience and morals and values. And so, you know, I just want to applaud everyone and thank everyone, especially like Des Martinez and all of these houseless advocates, to really thank them and recognize them for all of the work that they're doing. Those are the leaders that we should be following and the voices that we should be listening to, not the inhumane and cruel and self-serving people that are sitting up at our council dais today. Thank you.
Next, we have Ruben E.
Hello, good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Ruben E., and I am here to express my strong opposition to the city ordinance that criminalizes homelessness. Homelessness is a complex issue that cannot be solved by simply punishing those who are experiencing it. By criminalizing homelessness, we are only perpetuating a cycle of poverty, incarceration, and further marginalizing some of the most vulnerable members of our community. The ordinance to criminalize homelessness is not just ineffective, it's completely inhumane. It is a reflection of a Fresno that prioritizes punitive measures over compassion and failures of the system that lead to homelessness in the first place. Those who propose and support such ordinances should feel a sense of shame for advocating for these policies that further marginalize and dehumanize our unhoused neighbors. Many of the folks that pour in to be some of your bases, it is crucial to recognize that many people in Fresno and beyond are struggling with high cost of living, lack of affordable housing, and limited access to essential services. Criminalizing homelessness only adds another layer of hardship to individuals who are already facing immense challenges. Currently, I work with undocumented victims of crime, and I still work with youth impacted by incarceration and trauma, and things are not getting better. This ordinance is not going to help. It's going to further alienate and harm our most vulnerable community members. As a council, you should work more closely with the community, work closely with the advocates who are all here today, took time out of their day to be here on a Monday to propose more humane solutions, and that came together to denounce such cruel and callous policies. You know, you need to really open up the dialogue before jumping onto a policy that is so inhumane and cruel. It constitutes beyond cruel and unusual punishment. So I wanted to uplift that. This policy is not it. Our young people are out here, they're struggling. Our elderly folks are out here are struggling. LGBTQ folks are at a much higher risk of being homeless. So if you claim to care about any of these populations, you know, you should really rethink this ordinance, go back to the drawing board, get some advocates, get some folks who are experiencing homelessness and actually work with them. And so that would conclude my comment. Thank you.
Next we have Benti Rosa. Menti, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I came onto the Zoom meeting to speak on behalf of the encampment ordinance that's being passed today, or that's being attempted to be passed today. It's not a very good idea. It's not comprehensive. The news, I think it's Fox 26, just like the day before yesterday, said that there was about 1,600 homeless people on the streets. And my question is, does the city even have the resources to house 1,600 people? I'm not sure what the end game is as far as finding people and sending them to, jail for a year. But excuse me, I'm a little nervous. But to quote the mayor of San Francisco, she said that we are, and I quote, "We are hoping that we make it so uncomfortable that they accept our help." So you can't coerce people into accepting help. You can't coerce people into going to rehab. People, it's a very big misconception that people are homeless because they are drug addicts, when in fact, people become drug addicts when they become home. A lot of people become drug addicts when they become homeless because they lack the resource and they lack the help of family, and that's the only sense of relief that they can get. Let me see this real quick. And so, just to back this up with a little bit of facts, in 2018, AP News article notes that doctors, law enforcement, and civil rights advocates caution that involuntary commitment may not work and could increase the risk of overdose for those who relapse. And also a 2023 STAT stat article by addiction medicine physician Sarah E. Walkman also suggests that involuntary treatment may do more harm than good. For those of you who don't know, compulsory treatment is the unconditional forced treatment of addicted individuals who have not committed a crime, does not offer a drug-dependent individual any choice. Coerced treatment of this type involves an extreme violation of an individual's autonomy and liberty. And I think that a lot of this, the motion to move forward with this ordinance was triggered by the Supreme Court ruling about a month ago. But we all know that the Supreme Court isn't the best when it comes to a moral barometer. We all know what's going on with Clarence Thomas and taking money from billionaires. Also, a lot of people say that it's because Gavin Newsom's, or I should say Governor Gruesom's announcement, executive order 2 days ago. But we all know that Governor Newsom is also not a stranger to scandal. So I'm just here to say that, this is not a way to move forward. I do agree, I think a lot of us agree that homelessness is an issue here in our city.
Next we have Hobby Brown.
Can y'all hear me?
Hobby, are you there?
Can y'all hear me?
Hobby? Next we have Jade Brown.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so this recent ordinance is ignorant, ill-informed, and frankly a gross violation of human rights as well as a blatant abuse of power. I'm going to start by saying, Annalisa, Louise, and Miguel, I'm going to need you to stop selling out to people who live in Carbasi and Butterfield's district. You know exactly what I mean. The people impacted by this ordinance are our neighbors. The neighborhoods impacted by this ordinance are ours. Get those Northside developers the fuck out of our hoods and policy making. Gentrification is driving your decision making and it's disgusting. In 2023, Fresno was one of many cities that participated in what would become the largest study on homelessness since 1990. Led by UCSF, it has gained national attention and recognition for both the quality and the study's valuable insights. To summarize, most people who are homeless don't want to be. Most people are either economically disadvantaged or struggling with severe substance abuse and mental health challenges. 79% have already been incarcerated, and it did not help. It made it worse, and it made it more difficult for them to access resources. 1 in 5 of those reported regular drug use or heavy alcohol use said that they wanted addiction treatment but couldn't get it. Many other studies, including one by the National Homelessness Law Center, said that criminalizing homelessness only serves to exacerbate and lengthen homelessness. Your ordinance is in conflict with data that makes the solution very clear. Create more affordable housing options, invest in prevention, treat people like humans, not criminals. This ordinance is clearly motivated by interests outside of your own constituents. If you think that we don't see the gross conflicts of interest, you're wrong. Don't make us start looking for the receipts. All it takes is for any of us to stand outside of these chambers and compare notes. Your recent public announcement and flyering is shameless gaslighting that underestimates the intelligence and integrity of your citizens. And I can promise you that we will remember how you choose to serve when it comes to time to fill your seats. I'm literally stepping outside of a Teasers after helping someone find housing through mutual aid efforts. By our own community's efforts, we have spent over 4 weeks trying to find one individual housing. Get your shit together, stop the ordinance, build housing, get your developers out of our fucking neighborhoods. Thank you.
Next, we have Ariana.
Hi, Fresno City Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Ariana, and I am a small business owner working in Fresno, Los Angeles County, Alameda County, Sacramento area. I want to preface this by saying that private security firm does not speak for all business owners and homeowners. My grandma owned a Botanica storefront across the street from Castillo's when I was growing up. I was born and raised in Fresno. My mom and cousins are homeowners here in districts 1, 2, 5, and 6. My mom rents our old house out for affordable prices because this market's insane and you guys aren't doing anything about it. We also support families, and we live in a house that we own here in the Bay Area. I come home 10 days. I'm in Fresno 10 days out of every month to help take care of my grandma who had dementia. She was almost evicted from her apartment housing because she kept forgetting to pay rent. So as a reminder, these are some of the folks that would be affected by this ordinance. My mom had me 10 days before her 19th birthday. So there were times growing up where our bank account was in the negative. We're survivors of domestic violence, and we lived with my grandma until I was 10. My mom is a medically retired armed forces veteran, and like many other communities targeted by recruiters, she essentially had to sign up to be okay being killed or killing others abroad for the government in order to access any sort of economic mobility in Fresno because of the lack of resources that still exist. So luckily for our family, she was medically retired before her deployment date. So growing up, my dad was often homeless and couch surfing. Low wages trapped him in a cycle of poverty and fines for essentially debt jail. When he had custody of me some weekends, we would have to stay in motels, and it never allowed him to get back on his feet or get his immigration papers together. In fact, oftentimes a lot of important documents were tossed. Him and I were estranged because he continued to stay in a cycle of violence and perpetuating harm as his life was always destabilized. He was eventually deported in 2018. This issue is close to my heart, and I'm requesting City Council not pass this ordinance amendment or any kind of related motion until adequate participatory processes have been had to determine a course of action that will best suit the diverse needs of Fresno's community members. To do so would not only be fiscally irresponsible, but also deeply unethical, and with total disregard to constituents to whom the council is responsible and any sort of commitment to actual public safety. Lots of counties have engaged in participatory processes to address this need with a lot of really great feedback reported by their own city staff. Miguel Arias, I'm not sure if you remember me. The last time we saw each other, I was 16, participating in the Ivy League project with other kids in Fresno and surrounding Central Valley cities, trying to understand Ivy League applications, and you were invited to come speak to us and teach us and support us. That program helped me get into UPenn, and I was the first in my family to leave town for college. And I had never even heard of UC Berkeley before the Ivy League program. So I'm curious when council stopped caring about uplifting their residents and creating practical and real pathways to economic mobility and meeting their care needs. So we just want you to know that homeowners and small businesses alike also support this cause.
Next, we have Hobby Brown.
Hey, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you kindly, City Council. I strongly oppose this ordinance, and I encourage you to not vote for it. It doesn't make any sense. Currently, I believe that everyone is in violation of this ordinance at this moment in City Council. You are all sitting, and it says that sensitive use property, such as a city-owned facility, you're not allowed to sit in it. So it sounds like y'all are currently violating it. I want to ask, will this City Council be standing the entire time, every time it meets? Will nobody in the offices, will they be sitting? Just want to make sure that we're not having selective enforcement, we're not doing anything illegal. Is people on a park bench, are they allowed to sit down? There are park benches, are they allowed to sit down? And then the facts bus stops, they also have benches. Are people allowed to sit down? Those are on the sidewalk, and that is in this ordinance. This ordinance seems very hurriedly made and very badly made. I would suggest that y'all fix it. Fix it to the point where it follows the U.S. Constitution, and I would imagine that that would mean that you get rid of it, because there is no way to do it legally. Unless you're going to arrest people wearing suits, unless you're going to arrest people who are white, unless you're going to be arresting anybody acting like that. If you're only going to arrest people whose hands are dirty or people who haven't showered in a while, it sounds like that's a gross part of a civil rights violation, and it doesn't make any sense. People can sit on park benches. People can sit in the city hall. I oppose this because it makes zero sense whatsoever. Thank you kindly.
There are no more speakers online.
I have one more card that came in. AJ. Good afternoon, AJ. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. You know, I was listening at home, and then I was compelled to come over here just because of all the disrespect everybody gives to the council members. So I want to say this is the best city we have. This is the best elected officials we have in the city. Starting with the mayor, he has the biggest heart I've seen. So is everybody over here. Nelson, so many times I need help from him, and Tyler, they're right there for me. So the city is here to listen. So I normally don't come and speak in public. I just speak, send emails out. So I know everybody received an email from me today. So as the president of the Black Merchant Associations for the last 8 years, with the help really of Nelson, and started with when he was chief of police, Mayor Dyer, I've been working on Blackstone, helping. My priority is helping the merchants, it's Black Merchants Association. But we deal with homeless people in a humane way. We have a code enforcer that was assigned for Blackstone, so we work together, and we talk to all these homeless people. And when we ask them, please move off a private property, the question that comes is, where do you want us to go to? So really, the question hasn't been answered today. Where do you want us to go to? So Einstein said, it's insanity to keep on doing the same thing over and over again, expect different results. So the question is, we need to answer where to go to. So in 2021, I did give a proposal to certain council members and the mayor, and I said, we need a sanctuary place that we can send people to. You know, and we send them to, they need to be responsible. So in my email everybody received is, I said we need to provide wraparound services. They need to accept the help. And the people don't accept the help to be in those sanctuary places, then they're gonna bear the consequences of their own decision. So we need to provide something for them. They're not gonna disappear. You kick them here, they're still gonna go next door, they're gonna come back. The $1,000 is not gonna make a difference because they don't have money to pay. They're still gonna do what they're doing. But the answer is, what are we gonna do to solve the problem? Instead of working with the symptoms, we need to work with the cause. Say, this is the cause, it's mental illness. Everybody we talk to on the street, majority, I would say everybody, mental illness and drug addiction. So what are we doing for this? I don't know if we can force them. I don't know if the law allows us over here. But if we tell them, this is sanctuary place for you, but you're going to get those services, and if they raise their hand, they say, yes, we accept it, we have to have all the wraparound service to help them. If they don't accept it, they're on the street, they're going to pay the consequences for what they did. So I do understand, for example, Des Martinez, she's a friend of mine. She has a good heart. She wants to do what's right. And I do understand in your position, you have good heart, you're doing what's right for the city. But I think we need to find a solution, not just say we're going to kick them from here and kick them from there, and then what's the solution? Lock them up. But again, I want to say one more time, that's the reason I came. I don't normally come. We have the best city, we have the best council members, we have the best mayor over here in the city, and stop attacking them. If you want them to help you, you cannot attack.
Thank you, AJ. Okay, up next is Raina. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. And if I can please ask for 6, I'll do my own Spanish translation for anyone who is listening online and is a Spanish speaker. When I was 16 years, our mother and her children, including myself, ended up unhoused. My mother finally had the courage to walk away from an abusive marriage that lasted 30 years. We had a difficult time trying to find a place to go. We did not have immediate family to turn to, and those who would have liked to help us were already struggling with crowded housing themselves. Thanks to a community agency who took the time to advocate for us, we were able to find a shelter to stay at, but not all of us. My two older brothers were not allowed to go to the shelter due to their age, 17 and 19 years at the time. And they were going to school and without a job. So to say the least, they ended up in a hotel that was very dangerous to be at. Yet, that's what they had to do in order to have a place to stay at. They would take their few belongings that they did have in a backpack and would go to school or go job searching just to ensure that they could keep their few belongings safe. But when job searching, employers would not give them an opportunity due to them showing signs of being unhoused. My oldest brother did land a job as a butcher, and he would have to ride on his bike while carrying his set of butchering knives. He feared every time he left the house because he would see others who looked just like him getting stopped and arrested. While at the shelter, my mother would have to take us to the closest park where we would take blankets and lay down just because we needed our own little happy space to be together and not in a few limited square feet along with several other families that we did not know. With this ordinance, my mother and her children would have been breaking the law and exposed to pay a $1,000 fine when we had zero funds to spare. When going from school to work, my brothers would spend the downtime resting under shaded public areas because getting back to the hotel was too far and not as safe. They would have also been exposed. We were blessed that an ordinance like this did not penalize our family with potential arrests or penalties. Please consider all of the challenges that are already being experienced and avoid making hasty and opportunistic decisions without first establishing a game plan to solve this challenge. Supreme Court rulings are often overruled or amended when found inadequate due to lack of planning or for solutions. This may well be the case since funding for unhoused has been cut. One Fresno leaves no one behind and does not kick anyone out. Several council members know that countries such...
Reina, you can translate in Spanish now.
Thank you. Cuando yo tenía 16 años, mi madre y sus hijos, incluyéndome a mí, tuvimos que estar sin vivienda. Mi madre finalmente tuvo la valentía de alejarse de un matrimonio abusivo que duró 30 años. Tuvimos mucha dificultad encontrando un lugar donde ir, no teníamos familia inmediata en quien contar y aquellos quienes querían ayudarnos ya estaban ellos con retos de vivienda ellos mismos. Gracias a una agencia comunitaria que tomó el tiempo para abogar por nosotros, finalmente pudimos encontrar un albergue donde quedarnos, pero no todos nosotros. Mis dos hermanos mayores no pudieron ser albergados a causa de que ellos ya eran mayores, 17 y 19, estaban yendo a la escuela y sin trabajo. Así es que para decir poco menos, ellos terminaron en un hotel bastante peligroso donde tuvieron que terminar simplemente para tener un hogar donde vivir. Ellos se llevaban sus propias pertenencias en una mochila, se iban a la escuela, se iban a hacer búsqueda laboral, simplemente para mantener sus cosas seguras, pero cuando iban y buscaban trabajo, no les daban trabajo porque ellos parecían personas sin hogar. Mi hermano mayor finalmente agarró un trabajo como un carnicero y tenía que irse en su bicicleta con sus cuchillos en la mochila. Y cada vez que se iba de la casa tenía el miedo de que lo iban a parar o arrestar porque miraba que otra gente que se miraba igual que él los arrestaban y los paraba la policía. Así es que también mi madre nos llevaba a un parque cercano y estábamos simplemente en una colcha disfrutando del tiempo en un parque público en vez de estar en junto con otras familias desconocidas. Con este tipo de ordenanza, mi madre hubiese sido expuesta a este tipo de multas y pagar multas con dinero que no teníamos en ese momento. Durante este tiempo, mis hermanos tenían que estar en lugares públicos descansando porque el ir al hotel donde se estaban quedando también estaba demasiado lejos. Este tipo de ordenanza también los hubiese expuesto. Estas situaciones están exponiendo a las familias a penalidades cuando ya están pasando muchos retos de por sí. Por favor, consideren no tomar decisiones a la carrera sin antes tener un plan para resolver este tipo de situación. Muchas veces las decisiones de la Corte Suprema se tienen que enmendar o cambiar a causa de que no se han hecho las situaciones adecuadas para asegurar que los recursos están puestos. Un Fresno tiene la idea de que todos estén a salvo. Gracias.
Thank you, Reina. We have one more public comment on Zoom.
We have Bobby Steve.
I'd like to speak and let the council be heard and let the people be heard what's going on right now. That people are in pain right now. This isn't a political thing that's going on and that you're hearing. This is human beings, humans that are suffering due to the decisions that you make, the decisions that you're directly making on this community against people who don't have the decisions to make. This is a clear example of conscience without power versus power without conscience. None of you have a conscience and all of you have power, and there are so many people out here with breaking hearts, with breaking families, and breaking situations that you can directly alleviate through the most simplest of actions for you, which is to simply put aside all the privileges you had up to this point. These are not people who want more than you, who want more than others, but want what's due to them as being humans, as being human beings on this planet. And every day that you deny these people, that is you denying your own humanity, because you do not have this humanity within you if you are not hearing and seeing people today. You do not have it in you to be a part of this society, but somehow you are sitting on those seats leading the society? That's a fucking joke. You do not deserve to be there. These great people who come and speak today, who have been listening today, are so much more human than you. And you just sit up there and you don't care. You smirk, you think about lunch, you think about going home to dinner tonight, you think about the constituents that are going to give you money, and you don't think about the people suffering because you've never been there. And if you ever even thought you've been there before, you don't face it. No one who's ever suffered or who's been out here today doesn't know what someone else is going through when their voice is breaking, when they're coming up and they can't speak properly because they're nervous or because they're afraid or because they've made a target of themselves as you victimize people, and then you make people feel bad for the decisions they can't control. This is a joke. This is a clear joke on the city, and this needs to be changed. This is not an ordinance I can go through, not today, not ever. And just the fact that you are not aware that these problems have been so serious up to this point just shows that you don't care. And it is wrong, and you are going to be voted out, and no one's going to listen to you. This is a joke.
There are no more speakers online.
All right, I'm going to close public comment at this time and bring it back up to the dais for discussion and action. Up first, I have Council Member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for everyone who attended today to provide the hours of public input. This is the first item this is the first introduction of this item. It'll be taken up again on the second meeting, the upcoming meeting, and then if approved, it will be effective 30 days after, approximately mid-September. I do want to take a moment to address some of the comments, though. For those of you who are new to these chambers, and new, I mean, we haven't heard from you before on this subject matter, I'd caution you with using language that curses at the council, that curses in front of kids, that engages in personal attacks, because one, it cheapens the debate, and two, it minimizes the work of the advocates who spend years on the ground actually working with the homeless community. People like Des and Cindy and Bob and Brandy all disagree with us on multiple facets, but they also provide us really thoughtful and constructive feedback and suggestion on this work on a daily basis. And your voices should not be permitted to overshadow their work, and it does when you engage in that kind of behavior. So if you want to be heard, then engage in the respectful discourse like the advocates who've been on the ground for years do so on a daily basis. Back to this item. For years, since I got on the council, those same advocates that I've mentioned have been asking us not to enforce rules, not to engage in arrest of the unhoused community for doing the restroom in front of somebody's building, urinating against somebody's building, camping out in a public park or in front of a school or in front of a community center, because we, at that time, only had 10 shelter beds for a city of 500,000. And we heard them. And so for the last almost 5 years now, We've been investing hundreds of millions of dollars and doing exactly what they asked us to do. We've provided hundreds of beds of low barrier shelters where they can bring their pets, where they don't have to be clean or sign up to a program, either a religion or a drug treatment program or a mental health program as a condition of them being sheltered. We did just that. We've provided them public restrooms and showers across the whole city. We've opened shelters across the whole city so that not everyone has to rely only on the Poveralo that we know it's a dangerous street, especially at night, and for women and children. We've expanded the amount of shelters for women and children across the city. We've segregated populations so that women and children are not with men, not with sex offenders, not with sexual offenders. We've isolated them in an area that is not near schools. We have provided drug treatment, mental health, social services, free transportation, hygiene products, free meals a day. Right now, you can go to Poveralo and have a better meal than my kids had for lunch for free. And you can do that multiple times a day without any request. They have access to transportation, and they transport themselves across the city. We've done that year over year. We expanded the operations of the cooling and warming centers as a suggestion of the advocates, and they were right. We've been thoughtful about transitional housing and affordable housing. As a district that has 80% of the shelters in my district of the whole city, I can tell you that I visit them weekly. I can tell you that I've spoken to more homeless people than everybody in the room except for Cindy, Bob, Des, and Brandy. Not the folks who just showed up today or this week, or who are comfortably from their homes zooming in to scream at us. We talk to these people. We know them by name and by area which they're at. So for years, we've done that. And the truth is, it's helped thousands of people get off the streets and to permanent housing. Thousands of them. And the other truth is, there's still more that needs to be done. That's also true. But there's another truth. And I want to walk you through some of that truth. Can you pop up the slide, please? These photos are just from this last week in my district. And I'm being intentional. This is about marginalizing folks. But slide 1 is the entrance of Maxi Parks Community Center, where we have people in encampments where kids can't go to the community center. As a city, we're investing millions in programming for kids during the summer, so they're not in the streets joining gangs when they're out of school. Kids can't go there, and their parents are not allowing them to go there. I wouldn't either, right? They start fires at the entrance. They shoot up meth at the entrance. They smoke methamphetamine at the entrance. They set up camp. We clean it out. We disinfect. We pick up the human excrement, and it's back the next day. The same individuals who we've offered help to, who have refused the help, and yet they're back. Next slide, please. Tower District. Kids aren't getting on the bus because there's somebody sleeping on the bench. Not just one day, every day. So where does he go? And as a matter of fact, that person is housed. But is his behavior so normalized at the tower that nobody even questions whether he's housed or not? We have encampments next to and on bus stops. We spent money creating shade structures so that kids and families and the elderly are protected from the weather while they're waiting for the bus. They can't use the bus. Kids depend on the public fax bus to go to school in this city. And now the bus stops are taken over by encampments. We clean them up. They're back the next day. They're back the next hour. We disinfect. They go around the corner and use drugs. And we have
This is
the
your
floor
one and
now.
only warning, the two of you up front. I've been very lenient with you two, but you continue to be disruptive to this meeting. Please cease, or else you will be removed.
This is a perfect example in Tower. We clean up, we disinfect, and they're back in an hour. And they're back the next day. Folks who refuse help. Next slide, please. This is another part of Tower. The amount of trash that's generated, the amount of human feces, folks standing on the sidewalk, camping out all day using methamphetamine, using drugs.
These are corridors that I have to watch kids trying to get to the Tetsu Wills Community Center have to go through the street. That is not acceptable. Kids have a right to safe streets. Kids have a right to safe parks. Families have a right to expect that. Next slide, please. Now, they're openly doing methamphetamine and camping out in front of schools. Schools in the middle of the day when they're operational. We clear them out, they're back in within 2 hours. We clear them out, they're back the next day. We've heard from a lot of people today, but here are the folks that we hear from. Small business owners, just about every nonprofit in this city, the university, the college system, the school system, the neighborhood associations, the families, the school children, the mothers, all tell us it's gotten so bad that I don't feel safe in my own neighborhood. It's gotten so bad that I can't send my kids down the street to the park. It's gotten so bad, why is it that that person has the right to do meth and take a shit in front of my yard, and I don't have a right to a safe neighborhood? What's your language? So it is fair that we have done quite a bit. The only two things that we have not done as a council is two things that have been asked of us in the world of homelessness. Safe camps and what they call harm reduction centers, right? Safe camps, that's legitimate. But I have not seen any evidence of any city who's done them that's reduced homelessness. It's accommodated homelessness, but it hasn't reduced it. Harm reduction centers, basically mean that some cities hire nurses to be present while people shoot up meth and are prepared to treat them if they engage in overdose. Again, in the world where we have so many folks who are working 2 and 3 jobs to keep up with rent and who don't have access to health insurance, kids who are suffering from asthma, why would we invest money on having a nurse sit there and letting somebody shoot up meth and just waiting for them not to overdose? It is a complex problem that I am not dismissing how complex it is. But what I'm concerned about is, in the attempt to advocate for the unhoused community, we are also enabling and prolonging the drug addiction of a small percentage of people that are engaged in 90% of the problems in our city streets. And these are the same individuals that I showed you on slideshows and that we all know exist. And not only are they victimizing the neighborhood, they're victimizing other unsheltered and homeless residents. So to do nothing is not an option in my view. I as a council member, has welcomed all the homeless shelters. I have welcomed my neighborhood community center being used as a cooling and heating center. Nobody in this room can indicate that they've done that. No past councils have done as much as we've done. No past mayors have housed more people from freeways than the current mayor has. And yet, the fact is, we still have more people that need more help, but that doesn't mean that while we take care of that problem, we allow everyone else to have less rights than the people engaged in the criminal activity. And I know that none of you here would be okay if I went and engaged in that behavior in your front lawn, or at your neighborhood store, or at your beauty salon or barbershop. So why is it that in your advocacy you expect everyone else to put up with it and to tolerate it? It is absolutely fair that there's more work to be done. But here's what I caution the whole community with in my 5 years. And keep in mind, I've not only lived through this as a policymaker. I have 2 siblings that were homeless, one for 10 years and one for 4 years. I know what it's like to take in their kids. I know what it's like to take them in. I know what it's like to pick up their rent and their utility bills for years. I also know that they too had rules. You can't bring the drugs to mom's house. You can't come to family parties with your friends of the week. And you can't steal and hurt people. And whatever you can't do in our house, in mom's house, you can't do in somebody else's either. Because the last slide of this is what we also need to be conscious of. If you could, City Clerk. Here's individuals who work 2 to 3 jobs, who spend 3 days a week and a Saturday working in 100-degree weather, building their own homes. They literally have been saving for years, working several jobs, and on top of that, they have to build their own house. They too have a right to enjoy that home. They have a right to enjoy that neighborhood, and their kids have a right to go to school down the block and to a community center across the street without having to walk through and observe drug use, without having their properties damaged, without having their businesses ruined. And so what I would suggest to the community at large is, the one theme I keep on hearing is things like, they couldn't find me housing, or they should have found me housing. No government, no agency, no one has the ability to do that for every single individual. They need to do their part. If you've been in a shelter for a year, 2 years with no rent, no utilities, and a helping hand, it may not be perfect. The meals may not be what you want and desire. The roommates may not be the best. But at some point, if you're not doing your part, you're taking that limited space from someone else who is ready to do their part. So this isn't about punishing. This is about no longer enabling a few people to continue down this path and ruin everyone else's ability to enjoy a safe and healthy city, and ensure that we don't set this as a standard as normal. It is not normal for a kid to walk to school and go through people engaging in live drug use. It should not be normal for them to walk to their school and have to go through an encampment where folks are smoking methamphetamine at 9 in the morning. And in my watch, I won't sign off on that being normal and that being okay. With that, I turn the floor to my colleagues.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next, I have Council Member Bredefeld.
Well, Council Member Arias, I want to thank you for what you said, and I want to thank you also for really being a leader in dealing with this issue in your district for so many years. You really have been a leader in dealing with this problem, turning dysfunctional, crime-infested motels into facilities where people who are homeless could be. And you've been a leader since I've been here on the council, and I think you outlined it very well. And I want to thank you along with the mayor. You've made it really your administration's goal to deal with homeless, and we've had successes where we've taken people off the street, people off the highway. They're now not by the canals. I think, the question was asked, where's all this hundreds of millions of dollars spent? Well, it costs money to build 800 or so shelter beds. It costs money to build affordable housing projects that are subsidized by the taxpayers. People come here demanding more. They're not demanding it of us, the elected. You're demanding it of the taxpayers. Taxpayers are the ones who fund all of this. And I think the taxpayers have been very generous in providing affordable housing and shelters. And I believe, as I've talked with the mayor, we've had about 7,000 people go through those shelter beds. We believe about half of them have found permanent housing. The City Council has done its part. It's done many outreach efforts to reach out to people and offer help. We have a HEART program. We have people who are out there always trying to reach out and help people. We want to help people. And this council has done a lot to help many of the homeless and those that are not sheltered. But this ordinance is also about saying enough is enough with people who are not interested in help, who are engaged in drug abuse, using crack pipes and shooting drugs. I think the pictures I think the pictures say everything that needs to be said, because my constituents, along with the constituents of everyone that is on this dais, say, we need you to help us stop these people from harassing business owners, creating unhealthy sanitation problems on walking trails.
Ma'am, you can leave the chambers. Thank you.
Ma'am, this is not your time to speak.
My apologies, Councilmember Butterfield, for those disruptions. You have the floor.
Thank you. We have people who are riding bicycle trails, walking bicycle trails, and having to step over feces and garbage left by people who have no respect for other people. And, you know, people have had enough. There never will be enough money. You know, the person who came up, who spoke, frankly, eloquently and said there's never enough money and there never will be enough money to solve this problem, it's absolutely true. There never will be. We've gotten lots of money from the state, lots of money from the federal government. The state has a budget shortfall. I'm not sure how long the money's going to last. And it is my firm belief that government is really not the solution. You come here seeking government as your solution, as the way to solve your problem. It isn't your solution. It, in fact, is often the problem, but that's another story for another day. When we continue to subsidize this situation, we seem to get more of it. We only have LA and San Francisco to show us that. They've spent billions of dollars on their problem, and they have nothing more but more of the problem. We really are going to need to change the laws that exist. We need to strengthen the laws. We need to stop having a county program that hands out free needles and crack pipes to drug addicts. That in no way. That in no way helps anybody. It just serves as a way to continue people's addictions. And I intend to do something about that, but that's another story another day. The other thing I want to talk about is some of the people who are here. We had many stories from people who, it's heartbreaking. We had our city staff reach out to some of those folks who spoke today. But many people who are here today also come with a very entitled attitude, blaming this council. Yeah, you particularly need to clean your foul mouth. Stop looking to someone else to take care of you. I think he needs to go. You're a young man who has no respect for anybody. You're entitled. You need to get yourself a job. Stop blaming other people for your problems. Accept responsibility for yourself. I know you will never do that. And that's why you will continue.
I've been very lenient with you, Des. Please, this is your one and only warning. Please, Des. Thank you. Councilmember Butterfield, this is your warning too, ma'am. This is your warning too. Your one and only warning. Your behavior is being very disruptive right now. We're all trying to get through this meeting. This is your one and only warning. Councilmember Butterfield, you have the floor.
So we had people, so people who might not pay attention, we've had people come here and attack this council, attack them personally, attack their mothers, stick their middle fingers out, demand that they continue to get money from the taxpayers. And it isn't hard to see why some of these folks continue to have the problems that they have. You know, the bottom line is, and I know this as somebody who's worked in the field of clinical psychology for 35 years.
All right. Officers, can you please remove these two individuals up front? They continue to be disruptive and are not allowing us to run this meeting effectively. Councilmember Butterfield,
yes,
you have the floor.
As somebody who worked in the field for many years helping people with drug addiction and other mental health issues, until people start accepting responsibility for their own lives, the choices that they've made, and stop blaming others, they won't get any better. The fact is, many of these people that came today look to government to solve their problems and don't look to themselves to solve their problems. Those who have come from the streets, have turned their lives around, recognizes they needed to accept that responsibility and accept the help that they were offered. There is help available. This council has provided help, and there are many other resources in the county and in the city to get help. So I encourage people to reach out. We want to help, but this ordinance is about making sure that those who continue to be a problem in our community, by some of the pictures outlined by my colleague Miguel Arias, those who continue to use drugs, those who continue to violate the rights of others, those who continue to violate the rights of people who want to live in a safe, healthy community, we're going to address those issues. And I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for their wise ruling. Even Gavin Newsom, who I disagree with on nearly everything, stated, and I agree with him, quote, "This decision by the Supreme Court removes the legal ambiguities that have tied the hands of local officials for years and limited their ability to deliver on common sense measures to protect the safety and well-being of our communities," end quote. Again, we want to help people. There's plenty of help available. The city will do everything they can to assist people, just like we've been doing for years. But there is a subculture of the homeless who want that toxic lifestyle regardless of any help offered to them, who want to continue to use drugs and alcohol, who create unsafe, unhealthy, and sometimes unsafe and dangerous conditions for other law-abiding citizens, our constituents, who feel they can hang out on sidewalks and streets, walking trails and parks, or wherever else they choose. Every person is accountable for the choices in life that they make, every one of us. And those who choose to engage in drugs or criminal behavior, live on the streets, harass business owners, create unhealthy conditions, must be held accountable. That's what this ordinance is all about. We have a responsibility as elected officials to hear the pleas and the cries from our constituents who frankly have had enough. And I think all of us have had enough. Again, those who want help, we want to help. And those who don't want help and just want to continue their dangerous, unhealthy lifestyle and drug use, we're not going to tolerate that behavior anymore. So with that, would you like to make the motion, Councilman? Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance. The only change I would like is in the title relating to the prohibition of encampments. I'd like to make that to the prohibition of camping in public places. And that's my motion.
And I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. That was a motion to approve by Councilmember Bredefield and a second by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Again, I appreciate everybody that took the time to be out here and share their concerns on what is obviously a very sensitive topic to many people in this community. I do want to be very clear on what this legislation is and what it isn't, because I do think it has been misrepresented several times throughout the course of the day. What it isn't is criminalizing homeless. There's no language in here that says, you're homeless, we're going to take you to jail. And I think it's absurd to suggest that we would ever support something like this. I think if you were to know some of the personal stories of myself and my colleagues, you would know how absurd that is. Folks that know me know that I spent half of my childhood halfway homes, living with parents, living on the floor, living on a couch, living with friends and family. It's absurd to say that the council would ever support what is being portrayed by some of the folks speaking here today. What this legislation is a way for council to address a very real and serious issue of folks that are making permanent residence in front of elementary schools, where children walk to school, at family parks, and in front of our small businesses on a daily basis. Again, if you know me, you know I'm a proud Democrat. I truly believe that government can and sometimes ought to be part of the solution to good folks that have found themselves in hard times. I think government has an obligation to meet people halfway. And that's why I've supported multiple pieces of legislation since coming into office to help folks, to meet them halfway, whether it's the Zero Fair Clean Air Act, whether it's wage theft protection, whether it's eviction protection program, whether it's relocation assistance. The list goes on and on. It's also why I've been supportive of unprecedented help to folks experiencing homelessness in our community to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. And some of these things have already been listed, but I think they warrant being listed again. Permanent affordable housing, homeless emergency shelters, homeless bridge housing, warming shelters, cooling shelters, eviction protection program, tenant relocation assistance, free bus rides, free meals, free meal delivery, drug treatment therapy, mental health services, mobile showers, mobile restrooms, homeless outreach, and city-sponsored job fairs. And again, these are just the services offered by the city of Fresno. You also have assistance from the Fresno Housing Authority, the county level, the state level, the federal government, nonprofits, private sector, churches, friends, family, and personal accountability. Those are all tools to help people that have fallen into a hard place. And like Councilmember Bredefeld and Arias mentioned earlier, these services have been extremely successful for the thousands of people that have wanted it. And I truly believe that we've met the community more than halfway on this issue. But what are we supposed to tell the small business owners who call us every single day because their windows are being broken into and people are defecating in front of their businesses every single morning? And who we respond to and offer services every single day and they get rejected? What are we supposed to tell the elementary school principals that call my office and say the children and families are not comfortable walking to school because of the encampments blocking their path to enter school? What are we supposed to tell the families that call every day and say the parks that we're paying Measure P dollars for every single year, we can't use because there's needles and encampments throughout most of the parks in our neighborhood? Well, these are facts. These are constituent calls.
As you guys continue to be disruptive, this is your last and final warning. This is your last and final warning. Your whole group continues to be disruptive.
How many times do we have to ask for help before we get help?
Officers, can we please remove them?
And I think it's
We're all trying to get through this meeting, guys. We're all trying to get through this meeting. Continued disruptions. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. is 3:58. Councilmember Maxwell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. You know, just to close this out, I think I've made my stance very clear where I'm at, the level of help the city has assisted. I appreciate the folks that have come out here today to have a civil discourse, to talk to the city council about the issues taking place in our community. I think it's unfortunate some folks come here just to get, you know, a couple of minutes on the camera without having a serious debate. You know, I sat up here very respectfully while everybody spoke for the last 4 hours. And the fact that I can't iterate my viewpoints without being interrupted continuously tells me that some folks are not ready to have a serious conversation about this issue. I'm happy to meet with any of my constituents that have questions, but for the reasons I've outlined, I'm going to be supportive of this legislation today. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Up next, as a co-sponsor as well, I'm going to give Mayor Dyer the floor.
Thank you, Council President, and I want to thank those who came out here today with good motives to speak in opposition to the ordinance. But unfortunately, and let me just preface this, I know a lot of comments were made about me missing about 40 minutes of the public comment, thinking that I didn't care, but the truth is I had a medical appointment and that I could not get out of. So anyway, that's where I was. Not that I owe an explanation, but I wanted to provide one. You know, the folks that spoke today, I think many of them spoke out of a lack of awareness in terms of all the things that the city of Fresno has done for our unsheltered population. Some of them have been intentionally misled, and then others may have had legitimate concerns. And then there's those that we receive comments from frequently who have personal agendas, those who will attack individual council meetings or myself, people that are anti-government. We know that comes with the territory. But I want to go back in time about 3.5 years ago when I first became the mayor and many of the council members came on. We had over 650 people that were unsheltered living on our freeway embankments. In 1 year, we had 618 fires that our fire department had to respond to that were caused by the unsheltered population. We had 3 of our unsheltered population ran over on our freeways in a 2-week period and killed. And so we took it upon ourselves as a council administration. We purchased nearly every motel on Motel Drive. We partnered with the Fresno Housing Authority. We also purchased motels on Blackstone. We created a housing department in the city of Fresno, which we did not have, and have continued to pursue housing. We approached folks that were on our freeways in a very compassionate way, provided them transportation, food to our shelters, brought their animals, stored their property, and did it in a very compassionate way. And unfortunately, 80% of the people out there accepted services, and they were provided shelters. And 70% of those folks went on to be provided permanent housing. Unfortunately, there's about 20% that refused services. Fast forward today, over 7,000 of our unsheltered population have been placed in emergency shelter, and over 3,500 of those have gone on to be provided permanent housing. And today we have over 800 people who are in our motels that we provide 2 meals a day to. We provide shelter. We spend $15 million a year on those individuals in our shelters. And we purchase 2 showers with restrooms. We take them out into our community, and we provide over 200 showers per week to our unsheltered population. We also have a mobile medical clinic in partnership with UCSF, provide free medical treatment, free clothing to those individuals who are out on our streets. But the truth is, there are a lot of people out there today that are simply defiant. They're defiant. They refuse to leave when officers ask them to. They are doing things that are intentionally disruptive to business. They defecate on the front sidewalk in front of businesses. They urinate on businesses. They steal copper wire. They set fires just like they did on a number of trees over at cemeteries on West Belmont. They break into homes and create and start fires and burn down many of our vacant apartments in Fresno. And so what we have done, I think, as a council and as administration has been very compassionate, very humane. We've provided shelter, we've provided services, we've provided housing. In fact, if you compare the previous 5 years to my administration to the first 5 years of this administration in terms of what's in the pipeline in support of this council right here, we will have increased our affordable housing in this city by 1,644%. 1,644%. So when people say we're not providing housing, they're uninformed. And that's the truth. And so the people that we are have identified that we will be pursuing with our HEART team, those who have in our department who have crisis intervention training, are going to be those that are the most defiant. We're focusing on problematic people who continue to return to public places and camp and refuse to follow or heed the warnings from law enforcement. And we're going to focus on problematic areas. Those that our officers get repeat calls, like on Blackstone. AJ, you've been the person who's called many, many times on those folks on Blackstone who continually disrupt business. And we're going to focus on sensitive areas, as you heard Council Member Arias talk about, and show photographs of sensitive areas like our parks, our schools, our community centers, where people have a right to go without being in fear of their life as a result of perhaps a threat of one of these defiant individuals. And I want to reiterate what this council has said repeatedly. If people want help, we will give them help. And we have given them help. And we have proof of that help by people who are living today in permanent housing. And for those who have faced difficulty with high rents, this city has also spent over $64 million in emergency rental assistance program to people who needed renter assistance. And we've also provided millions of dollars through our city attorney's office protecting people through our eviction protection program. So when people stand up here at this podium today and completely tell untruths that this city has not done anything for them, it is an untruth, and they're misled, and they're trying to mislead the people in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Up next is Council Vice President.
Thank you to the folks bringing this forward and the public and all those that sent in their comments that we get and we review. Thank you all for doing that. I apologize for not being here in person this morning, but due to a family health emergency, I was at the hospital, but everything is good now, so thank you. You know, we've heard a lot, and despite all the disruption, there was a lot of very heartfelt testimony out there. One speaker said, oh, we're making an easy choice. You know, this is not an easy choice. Homelessness is not an easy subject. And there is a great deal of diversity among the unhoused community and why they're unhoused. We had a young speaker today who spoke about his experience as a foster youth. We have foster kids that have been let down by the system. We have a mother and children, and it's just one example of women and kids in the throes of domestic violence, and they're unhoused. There are a lot more other categories. There's one category that's not represented today, and those are the calls that we get constantly about the unhoused. It's those that choose through their behaviors to commit property damage, defecate in front of businesses and small businesses, to unfortunately cause thousands of dollars in costs to other people. And I'm going to read a letter that we got. I'm just going to read a portion of a letter we received from a local nonprofit. As a small nonprofit trying to serve the residents of the Central Unified West of 99 area, we've had to spend thousands to clean and repair damage from the homeless that have used the Shaw Polk area as their new residence. Some of the issues have included setting fires on the property, fire damage to buildings and outbuildings, breaking water lines, having to have water shut off, breaking sprinklers to bathe in, resulting in flooding of our building, defecating on the property, going through the garbage and leaving a mess, tried installing locks on the garbage bins, but they cut them off and broke off lids, and dumping garbage on property. And I understand some folks are going to say, well, what are they going to do? But the fact of the matter is someone has to pay the price for that. In this case, it is a nonprofit trying to help families that are already experiencing poverty. Now that letter seems pretty relevant. What if I told you that letter is from 2017, when this council first passed an anti-camping ordinance before most of us were even here? Someone said earlier, we need change. Well, it turns out nothing has changed. Unfortunately, with the grants pass decision, it took away our ability to do something. And we have allowed folks that, yes, they may be facing very difficult times, but you have that category of folks that set fires, commit crimes, commit property damage that the government doesn't pay for, but mom and pop businesses have to pay for. And we talk about wanting to prevent people from ending up homeless. They're one paycheck away. Who do you think a small business owner is? They're people like you and me. They're regular folks, they're middle-income families, working families trying to make a living. And every time someone defecates in front of their stores, or you're known as, oh, that's where the homeless go, customers don't want to go in. It's just a reality. And we can't just say, well, we're not going to listen to you. You know, you pay your taxes and you vote too, but we're going to put you aside. We owe it to them as well. As much as we owe it to help the unhoused, we owe it to those folks as well, working families in this community. So I do have a couple of questions, though, about the policy before moving forward. Police Chief Casto, if you wouldn't mind coming up. Hi, Chief. How you doing?
Good afternoon.
Good. Thank you for being here today.
Of course.
So there were some comments made that we hear typically about law enforcement and the HEART team. Would you like to take an opportunity, maybe correct some things that were said? And because we do have folks listening that are, you know, they support their police, and to hear some of these things can be very damaging and it's very hurtful.
Yes, it's been difficult to hear a lot of the things said today, but what I can say with assurance is that the HEART team goes out and does their very best every day to treat people with respect and dignity. And they don't go out with the intent to make arrests. They go out with the intent to try to keep the peace, answer calls for service, and keep the city in as best shape as it can, and to offer help. And in fact, they've contacted over 4,000 individuals this year, and only 6.2% of them have accepted services. So I think that tells a story. Very few arrests. Everybody's offered services, but only about 6.2% accept.
Okay. The other question I have is, and I apologize, usually I like to call in advance, but this was a special meeting, there was no opportunity for that. Our officers, they're going to have to take on this extra responsibility. Will this just be the HEART team, or will we expect any officer on patrol? Because that's a whole different conversation. Mm-hmm. I want them focused on violent crime. I want them focused on speeders, red light runners, and those things. How is that, how ready? I know they're always ready, but how is that going to affect our officers and the demands they already have?
Well, they already receive these kind of calls for service. HEART specifically focuses on larger encampments and a lot of the trash and those types of things to clean up, whereas our patrol officers still receive calls for service. So there will be opportunities for them to also enforce the new ordinance, but before any of that happens, they're all going to undergo training. They'll receive a roll call training bulletin outlining what our intent is, which is to still enforce the law with compassion, but less tolerance towards repeat problem, and violent and threatening type of individuals.
Right, that is another category too, right? Behaviors that are violent.
Yes.
Okay. But the focus is still going to be on violent crime and those serious crimes as well. This
Absolutely.
is just another issue they'll have to deal with.
Yes, violent crime and traffic fatalities are not going to take a back seat to this ordinance. It's going to be another tool. We certainly don't plan on going out and doing sweeps to make a number of arrests for any reason. This is going to be a tool for the officers to use when a problem just can't be solved any other way.
Okay. This is my last question. There were some statements about children, and that's something that's I think we all react the same way when it comes to children. It's something of concern. When the HEART team interacts with the unhoused community, do they regularly see children and move children? Is that something that this is what you hear about, but what's the reality out there?
There are some children, and those are looked at like any other children. They're not automatically placed with CPS or anything like that. The officers evaluate the situation, and some parents are on hard times, but they're doing their very best with their children. we certainly don't want to disrupt the family in those types of situations. If they were ever to come across an unaccompanied child, which I'm assured they haven't, and so long no one can remember, that's automatically for a police officer. That's an obligation to place that child in a safe environment through CPS.
Okay, but for context, it's not like every single interaction has a child involved. The majority are adults.
Correct. The children are few and far between.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only questions, Chief. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right.
They may call you. You never know. I think I have some questions for City Attorney's Office, and if that's incorrect, you can just refer me to whoever. So with this policy, public spaces that we all have a right to use, like a sidewalk, a bus bench, as Councilmember Arias mentioned. What happens when we enforce the law and then somebody just moves onto private property? We have to have that individual provide documentation or permission that we can go and keep them there, because I just don't want to play whack-a-mole the whole time moving people around.
Yeah, it's my understanding that HART also handles some of these issues that occur on private property. There have been instances where we've had to enforce on property owners who have willfully allowed this type of activity to occur in and around their surrounding area. And so, I mean, that's obviously a conversation going forward with Phil Sky and the HART team. But you know, we'll see what happens. I mean, you know, we can't predict the future, but we'll have those conversations ongoing.
Okay. And the last question I have for you, City Attorney. In 2017, the council passed the Unhealthy and Hazardous Camping Act of 2017. How does this differ with that? We already had something on the books.
Sure. The main difference is around noticing, the noticing requirement. Here in this ordinance, there's a 24-hour noticing requirement. The storage requirement, we've changed from 90 days to 60 days storage of personal property. Also, fines and fees are now at a maximum, and this is maximum, right? This isn't what we're saying that, you know, officers are going to go out and cite for, and we're not certainly saying that this is something that a court would absolutely impose, but the maximum fine would be 1 year in county jail and $1,000.
Okay, thank you. I think this question might be for the city manager. The issue of children, city manager, are we going to be fining children? Or can I get I'm just saying, hold on, when an officer's out there and you see a situation, there's nothing I didn't see any provision that exempts children from this policy. Can I just get a commitment that we will not be fining youth?
I think as a matter of law, we cannot fine a child. I'll let the attorney confirm that.
We spoke a little bit before, but there are some provisions under state law that protect children. Obviously, we can't send a child to Fresno County Jail, so they're already automatically protected from that. But you know, as was stated by the police chief, you know, there are protocols in place where we automatically basically put them into protective custody, foster care, that sort of thing.
That's different, unaccompanied minors. I just want to be very clear for the public that we will not be fining children. We will not be putting children in jail.
You know, I'm not going to speak to the intent of it. You can ask the sponsors and the administration on how they're going to implement it. And
no.
I can't vote
there you
for
go.
No.
I think the question, quite frankly, is what defines children.
Yeah.
If you're talking about a 16, 17-year-old runaway out there, they're going to be handled differently than a 5-year-old, certainly. So I think that's the flexibility and discretion we provide to officers out there in the field. But this intent is obviously for those folks that are adults, defiant, et cetera.
Yep, violent, defiant, I understand. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Up next is Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President, and I want to thank all the folks that came up to speak today, and I think a number of them actually spoke from the heart. Those were the ones that I actually, I would say, touched me more than other folks that were just yelling and cussing. And I understand the frustration, but, you know, not to use the old adage that I usually do, but having been in this building for 14 years, I've seen kind of the pendulum swing on both sides. And you think back about 14 years ago when previous administrations, not this one, decided to quote unquote clean up the camps down there. And then we ended up with a situation where our homeless population went all across the city. They weren't just confined to a certain specific area. Add to that the previous Supreme Court ruling that did not allow us to remove folks from public spaces unless we provided a bed space for that. I think that's a challenge that many cities across the state of California are experiencing. But I want to just kind of bring this conversation down to what it is. I know there's a lot of hypotheticals that were presented by folks that, you know, either didn't have an understanding or were worried or concerned on what this would look like, but I want to focus on the logistics. And City Manager, we spoke a little bit briefly on this. I know today it's only for introduction, so you're going to get an opportunity to kind of iron out what this model looks like. The concerns obviously were we're not going to be jailing, domestic violence victims. We're not going to be prosecuting youth and young folks. We're not going to obviously break up families. But I think these will be reserved for the most egregious situations, like the pictures that were placed up on the screen, where you have folks that are urinating, defecating, shooting drugs near schools, community centers, parks. I think that's what our community is so frustrated with every time that they look out their window. And it's like the old window effect, nothing else matters until you see it out your window. But I do want to kind of just paint this picture, because I think this has been very frustrating for this council and previous council members and previous mayors. And I want to use not my words, but words of people that I felt were probably some of the most compassionate, where they talk about, why is this challenge so hard to fix? And I don't really just see it as necessarily a homeless problem. I think, you have these categories where the best way to describe it is we have a fentanyl opioid addiction problem. We have a mental health problem. We have a housing crisis problem. We have a poverty problem, and they seem to manifest themselves as a homeless problem, right? We have all these categories. And Mayor, you and I spoke a little bit about those groups that we have the total number of folks that are homeless, but we have a small percentage of folks that are not okay. The chronically mentally ill, the people on substance abuse that are on the intersection of First and Tulare, that are almost on a daily basis getting hit because they're weaving in and out of traffic because they're not in their right mind, right? So I want to make sure that our resources are going to be focused on that population. I think you mentioned it was 20% of the homeless population are roughly in that category. I think whatever this plan looks like, I want to make sure that we're able to capture that challenge, because those are the calls that my colleagues get. Those are the calls that we all, at the end of the day, end up getting. And the last thing I'll say on this, because I know today is only for introduction and there's still a little bit of work to do. I want to know from because I don't want to put our police department in a position where there's maybe not clarity on what this looks like for those scenarios where you have an individual that is using drugs in front of a school, is camping out. I want to know what the process will be. They will be approached, they will be asked to leave, they will be notified officially, legally, and then at what point do we exercise the prosecution component of this, right? What it will be the definition of a habitual offender, so to speak, for this ordinance. You don't have to answer that right now. I just want to make sure that I teed that up for our legal counsel and what that decision-making process will be, because having said all that, I think at the end of the day, I still believe in rehabilitation. I still believe in redemption, and I want to make sure that we are giving those individuals the opportunity to pursue that, right? Last thing I'll say is this conversation reminds me of, we've all gone through this in our families. Our police department knows, I have a family member that is out in the streets right now, not too far from where I live, has come to my home at 3 a.m. I've taken this individual to go get help programs, but they have to be ready to accept help. You cannot force them to get help. You cannot coerce or compel an individual. And so the last thing for our legal counsel, city attorney, there's a lot of conversations going on at the state level. I think the governor spoke about this, about the mental health courts. How do you help somebody that cannot help themselves? I want us to look at that, on what that will look like for this percentage of chronic individuals. Mayor, I want to make sure we have a tool in place so that beyond the 5150 designation that our police officers have to invoke sometime, that we have a process for getting people the help that they need, whether it's their consistent, mental health medication, whether it's, rehabilitation services or addiction or substance abuse, whatever is afflicting. I think that needs to be part of this component. And so with that, I'll wait to kind of hear what our legal folks have to say, but I think that would be a very helpful tools for individuals that don't have a family member that can advocate for them, that are out in the street. And I wasn't kidding about what I said. Every time I drive through on the way home on First and Tulare, there's about 4 individuals that are weaving in and out of traffic, trying to get across the street, that I know for a fact at least one of them does not have any family members here and is always under the substance. I think that needs to be part of this conversation, Mayor. So thank you, Council President.
If I could just comment briefly, Council President, the point you raise is a very good point, which is why Senate Bill 43 was passed this last year. It changes the definition of really when folks can place into conservatorship. Usually, or in the past, it's been those that are danger to themselves and others as a result of a mental health condition. That has changed to include serious substance abuse. And in fact, I got a call last night or Saturday night from the governor's office stating that Governor Newsom was sending a letter to all of the counties throughout the California, encouraging them to implement SB 43 immediately, because only 2 counties in the entire state had implemented at this point, and the others were delaying that over a 2-year period. The other one is Proposition 1, which is the building of 11,000 mental health beds in California. And I think those 2 things are going to be very, very helpful as we address homelessness within our city.
We're good. All right, up next is Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President, and also I want to thank every person, individual who took the time to come out here in person and join us for the meeting. It's ended up being a full day's meeting almost. I want to say first that I do agree with a lot of what has been said, both by my colleagues as well as by some of what was said by the public through the public input process. And many folks are correct that this ordinance is not the solution in and of itself. This ordinance is far from the beginning of the conversation, but it's also far from the end of the conversation. During my tenure here on the council in the last 5.5 years or so, we've done a lot. We've invested, as you've heard from my colleagues, hundreds of millions of dollars in housing folks and providing them services, much of that which came through the pandemic dollars we received from the state and federal governments. But having a successful homeless policy in the city is going to require really what is a multifaceted approach. And that approach includes this change that lies within this ordinance. The changes that you've seen, if you actually read through the language, they are sort of minor alterations of the language, but they're going to be very, very impactful. And folks should know that in casting our votes today, that we're listening to the community. But that the listening did not start at 11:09 a.m. this morning when the meeting began. We have listened to the comments. We have read through the emails that were sent in prior and all the input that was provided and so on. But that really is one component of the larger story of what's happening within our beloved city and really across the state. I won't reiterate all the different stories we've heard from neighbors, residents, small business owners, in particular the small business owners. They're the folks who don't have the resources like a Target or a Walmart to hire full-time security or contract our officers in order to abate the homeless issues that they experience. And so that's why you hear a lot from my colleagues about small business owners, because it really is, they lack the resources and the ability to be able to sort of manage the issue on a larger scale all on their own without assistance from city government. And so, again, you've heard some of these stories and some of the secondhand, thirdhand, but this is what's going on in the community. And so when we say we're listening, and when I say it didn't just start this morning when the meeting began, I mean, you know, when I first ran for the seat, my colleagues all ran to be on the city council. We've circled our districts over and over and over, listening to folks and what their issues are. And that's really at any one point in time. Sure, you learn as you go, but attitudes towards different issues change and evolve with time. I think this is definitely one of those issues where we've seen some evolution in how people perceive homelessness and how it's impacted them on a day-to-day basis. Homelessness is one of these bigger issues, but nevertheless one of the issues we sort of call sort of the look out your window type issues, whether it's the window of your vehicle, the window of your home, something that affects everyone within this city on a day-to-day basis. And so we have heard increasingly more and more from residents throughout the city, from different stakeholders throughout the city, and then of course from the unsheltered population themselves. And so when we make these decisions, when we cast these votes, it's really taking into consideration the larger kind of input that we've received, not just today, but really throughout the years, and how we've seen this issue evolve. We've seen this issue worsen despite all the investments that we have provided throughout the years. And so we do appreciate the governor taking the lead and encouraging our municipalities, including ours, throughout the state to follow that lead and take the next step in solving the homeless crisis across the state. As I said, this is not the beginning of the conversation because of what we've done, but also not the end of the conversation. And as we move into this next step, I trust our police force and the HEART team to enforce and execute the policy with the intent. And I think that intent really is to help folks, not to harm. We have a professionalized, well-trained police force, and I believe they're going to work in conjunction with the other departments that are part of the HEART team in order to make sure that they carry out this policy in the most effective and compassionate way that they can. And so that we're meeting, the intention of helping folks, as we've heard from the administration and my colleagues. And so this policy is really not us closing the chapter. Even though we have accomplished much, we still have much to do when it comes to addressing the homeless crisis. And so this is just the next step in the chapter. We still have the implementation resources from Prop 1, which just passed, and we should not forget about Care Court as well. And so, as these different components come into effect, we're going to be integrating. Either the administration will bring, or I'll be presenting through legislation, integration of our current homeless policy with these other components. Care Court in particular, I believe that is due for Fresno County by the end of the year, and so we'll be working with the county to make sure we integrate our policy once they have Care Court set up on their end. And of course, I mean, this is a very resource-intensive issue where we're going to continue to rely on state resources, on federal resources, in order to handle this in the most effective way possible. And so I will be, based on the language I've read through and the input I've received throughout these years and these weeks leading up, I'll be supporting the ordinance today as it is, but also with the intention of looking forward and integrating it into these other components, I think, that are really going to help bring our homeless policy full circle and make it more holistic, and again, in a way that truly solves the problem.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just want to start by saying that one of my jobs as council president is to maintain decorum here with these council meetings. And my goal is to run an effective meeting, and so I hope it's been made clear at this point that I intend to do so, not just today, but every council meeting moving forward. So thank you to everyone who is here today or did come earlier today and provided public input and did so in a respectful way. Many of my colleagues today, they told stories of either themselves being homeless or a sibling being homeless. And several individuals in the crowd, they laughed at that. And that's not okay. And so I'm sorry to my colleagues that you all had to endure that. You guys opened your hearts, and that was not okay. So for years, you've heard from my colleagues that we have taken a very compassionate, housing first, services first approach to our unhoused community. We have spent over $400 million on our homeless population. What is our homeless population? What's the current count, Mayor?
Unsheltered is probably right around 1,500.
1,500. So that's about 0.3, 0.2% of our whole population here in the city of Fresno. And so while I understand that vast investments have been made in our community for those 1,500 people, it's not enough. And I heard that loud and clear from the folks who came in today who shared their heart-wrenching stories. And I'll admit that when I came into this council chambers this morning, I didn't have my mind made up. But when I heard from everyone, it's clear that we do need to do more for the 0.02% of our population that is still in need of a lot of help. And I think that starts with accountability. And so I will be supporting this ordinance today. Many people believe homelessness is their right. I don't believe that, and I do not believe that it's humane for people to be living on the side of freeway embankments. It's not humane for people to be living on sidewalks in 110-degree weather. And so I'm here today to support this ordinance. We have to do more for the other 550,000 residents we have in the city who they are asking us for help. They are asking us to do something because for so long, we have not had the legal tools to do what we needed to do to hold individuals accountable. And so I want to thank my council colleagues and the mayor for sponsoring this ordinance. This is not just text on paper. And so my understanding today is that we are all equally wanting this ordinance to be effective. And so in terms of the effectiveness, in terms of what it means to implement this ordinance, I want to be clear, is the first stop, are we going to offer them services and shelters, or are we just going to automatically arrest someone?
I can tell you that the conversations we've had, the city manager and I, with the police chief, is that we're going to continue to offer services and shelter in hopes that they will take it. And for those that are defiant, those who refuse to move, those who have repeatedly been problematic, and our heart team knows who those individuals are, then they'll be dealt with differently and a more accountability measures in place.
Okay. And this ordinance applies to public property, but is private property included in this as well? Railroads, canal banks?
City attorney.
I'm sorry, I was conversing with the vice president. What was the
question?
Does
this ordinance extend to our ability to address encampments along canal banks, freeway overpasses?
If it's our property or with the permission of a neighboring agency?
Okay.
So not automatically, but if the private property owner gives us the permission, then yes.
Okay. And if we don't already, can we work towards establishing MOUs with these state agencies or railroad agencies just to expedite our ability to go onto these properties?
I'll
Sure.
defer to the mayor or city manager on that one. Yeah.
Sure, we've worked with them, and we can continue to work with them and see if we can get something more formal.
All right. And then as far as jail space, do we know how many available beds there are right now?
I can say, in terms of what's their capacity, Fresno County Jail is nearly always at their 95% capacity, which is what prompted us years ago to partner with them and provide funding to set aside jail beds. But that number changes periodically.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just want to be clear that we will continue to offer housing and services as a first step before we just go and arrest someone or possibly find someone. I don't personally think finding someone is going to solve much. I don't think they have the means to pay these fines, but I understand that we now have the ability and the tools to do more at this point. And so I think that those were all my questions. Last question, in terms of measuring the effectiveness of this ordinance, I would like to come back at a future meeting and just get a understanding, maybe in 90 days, regarding if we have been arresting people, if we have been issuing fines. Really, I want to understand, is this ordinance creating a success? How do we measure success? Does that mean a decrease in encampments? So if we can either come back in 90 days or 120 days and just get a report from the administration in regards to the effectiveness of this, maybe there is opportunities to strengthen or to do more with the ordinance, but I want to make sure that we're not just passing something for the sake of passing something.
Agreed, after the first year. I think this ordinance goes into effect around mid-September, so maybe after the first year.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I thought it was important. I make it a point to read all the emails and messages that the public provides us on these matters before voting on it, but I wanted to enter at least one specific email into the record because I think it's a representation of where so many of us have arrived to. And it reads, I am beyond tired of having my ability to enjoy my community taken away by a fraction of the in-house that continue to camp out in the tower. I'm a member of a crisis team that responds to mental health calls jointly with police. Approximately 65% of the unhoused get our service. It is no longer the folks that have fallen on hard times. The crisis team always tries to assist with locating housing for each of the unhoused persons we run across. We can always find housing for them. However, rarely would they accept it. The primary reason, as we always ask, is not wanting to follow the rules in the housing arrangement. Follow, but not being able to engage in the use of narcotics. Personally, I'm beyond tired of having my rights to enjoy my neighborhood compromised by the unhoused that camp out on the streets in the Tower District. I'm tired of the urine and the excrement and the trash they leave. I hate having to no longer visit certain areas of my neighborhood because of the open drug use, panhandling, and just plain ugliness of the encampments have created. How fair is that on the impact? How fair is the impact to the businesses and to the establishments that people are no longer coming into our neighborhoods? I know this won't resolve everything, but at least it's a proactive step towards supporting the rights of everyone in the neighborhood to enjoy the neighborhood. And in closing, council, I think it's fair to say that some to the right ideologically would say there shouldn't be any help and only accountability. The old adage of, pick yourself up from the bootstraps, even though you may not have any. The people on the left would argue we should provide all help and no accountability. In other words, don't enforce any rules on the unsheltered and the homeless unless and until you have housing that's free, with free utilities and free food and free support services for everyone, including those who don't want it or are not ready to receive it. I simply think this ordinance finally brings us to the middle. We are providing as much help and support as we possibly can, with the limitation that we don't print our own money. We too have to approve and live on a balanced budget that everyone else is paying for, while ensuring that the rules that apply to a teenager and a house person apply to everyone. We would not let our teens engage in urinating on somebody's business or engaging in excrement in a public park in the middle of a street or anywhere else without consequences. So I think it's time for us to return to the middle and help as many people as possible and who are willing to receive the help while holding them to the same rules as applied to everyone else. Thank you all.
I have no one else punched up. I do have a motion and a second to approve ordinance ID number 24-1032. Do I hear any objection to it? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. At this time, that concludes the open session portion for this meeting. The council will now transition into closed session. City Attorney, will you please read the closed session roster?
Yes, Council President. Today in closed session, we will be addressing item B only, conference with labor negotiators, all represented units listed on the agenda.